tema Deporte 4.0 sigue y seguirá siendo discutido por expertos, profesores, investigadores, estudiantes y por todos para que pueda seguramente revolucionar el deporte. Voy a dar mi última vuelta acá. Ya están viendo, ¿no? Que estoy en gran forma física acá. Muy bien. Voy a estacionar mi bici acá. Y yo tengo mucho contenido para ustedes hoy. En este día en que tendremos dos mesas increíbles de debate, les voy a contar quién está acá con nosotros hoy. Entonces, para agregar más a nuestro conocimiento, acá tenemos dos mesas
tables
esta mañana, entonces vamos a empezar.
to
Para
talk about
hablar
sports and human development. I would like to invite to the stage the researcher and teacher of the Science of Sports course in this Unicamp University, Dr. Larissa Galatti. Dr. Larissa, please come to the stage.
te paso la pelota, Larissa, bienvenida.
Good morning,
Días,
warriors of the Sunday morning. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank everybody who woke up early to be here with us, and also for my thanks to Sesc, Senac, and ISCA to get us together so we can talk about human development and sports. We can move on to my presentation so that I can stick to the time. Now we need to challenge ourselves and to amplify our conceptions and concepts of sports and human development. Isabella, we're going to have to play a little basketball here. Nowadays, I work in Unicamp in the sports science course. It's a little different. It's not as ample as the physical education graduation, but we have this opportunity to think more deeply about this phenomenon. We're talking about a society that is in transformation, and sports is not something that's just influenced by society. It's something that also gives or has influence in society. And I have my trajectory in sports. I was that person that would like to take pictures with athletes, and then I was trying to be an athlete, and then I became a coach, and now I try to be my contribution as a researcher and a teacher for coaches, because I like to be close to the sports practice, even though I'm in academia. And everything that I'm going to say today has been built in partnerships with other universities. We know the diversity that sports has in this continental country that we have in Brazil. So we are trying to be on par with things that have been discussed in the world. We're trying to put Latin America at the forefront of conversations and organizations that bring sports to people and make it happen. So this is where I'm coming from, and I'm bringing the first premises that I think everybody here will agree with me. The first is this: sports is a phenomenon that propels human development. Everybody here is pretty much aware of this. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here Sunday morning to talk about it. Sports contributes to a peace culture, but it's also true that the directions of human development are not guaranteed, because it's a human phenomenon, and therefore it can bring positive and negative feelings and values. It can also be contributive to a hate culture. It's not a center of good principles, a bubble, a spiritual institution that will elevate people necessarily. It is a social cultural phenomenon, and therefore it manifests itself in several ways. In great athletes that we appreciate, we copy or rebuild the practices within our limits and our environments, and we bring to people that used to be excluded from society and that now can become people who inspire others through their roles in sports, like the Paralympic sports, for example. And we also watch sports. This is also a way to interact with this phenomenon. And I'd like to bring, the first is the elite sports. which is the form of sports that we have most in our daily routines. The sports is done by people that have this role in life to dedicate pretty much exclusively all the time. Other times we see also people shining in great competitions, but you don't have any idea of the financial difficulties that they went through to be there. And people that are also, mediating this experience and giving this practice to people. So these people inspire us, and we'll be here in a few minutes. Moving forward to the idea of human development, I bring a perspective from the UN that the human development was initially brought up based on the being of what people who are parts of the nations could become or could be. And there are two very important words: that people have the capacities and that they have opportunities to be what they wish to be. People as the riches of nations. So if you think of here in Brazil, when we talk about the law, we're going to bring something like that: sports to obtain results and to integrate people and communities into society. So this role of athletes to generate this integration, and we cannot be naive about it. It brings, in fact, this inspiration and congregation of people. It's not only just in Brazil. So we have the Olympic Committee and the Paralympic Committee. We have tens of countries with high-performance sports. And if people are the true riches of the nations, in sports, our great riches are the athletes. So let's continue our conversation about that. Athletes may have a key role in human development. They are obviously people in their own development process. Through sports, they don't become machines, they don't become robots. Even though there are athlete robots, they're still people, right? And these people also have a social protagonism that gives them the opportunity to be heard. And some athletes and some, male and female athletes take this responsibility and try to give the opportunities to people to choose and to reach the capacities that allow them to be who they are. Like, for example, Carol Solberg, who's an athlete, that says that athletes are also citizens, and therefore it's very important that they take a stance. And as a woman, she also takes a stance to the absences or the lack of women in sports. Paulinho, also the Brazilian soccer player, who, even though he's young, he also takes a stand, and he's a symbol of candomblé, and we also have a lot of prejudice with African religions. So it's a very important role that he plays when he brings this topic to light. This is not news. Last week, in an NBA, that player, the Bill Russell, who passed away recently, there was an editorial in his honor, bringing the relationship between this, the fight for the black people's rights that are sort of invisible in leadership markets, and other kinds of intellectual and athletes in the same. You have to be very smart to be an athlete, and so in the examples here we can see Rudiger, who's in Real Madrid nowadays, but when he used to play in Chelsea in England, he talks about how disrespected they were as people, especially when they lost, especially him. He was a German man from African origin who was brought up in a very poor neighborhood, and every time they lost, there was some kind of bad, malicious comment about him, that guy came from that neighborhood, was the reason for it. And obviously, an important point is that sports are also created by people and watched by people and built by people, consumed by people. And I'm going to bring my first point, that the human development is not something that we insert into sports. It's not outside the sport. Sports is not only a tool. Sports is a context for human development. It is also a space that fosters values and behaviors, and not always good and not always bad also, because it depends on the kind of interaction that is built within. So sports is important because it allows us to be, and human development comes in this thought of being. So it's a human experience. For example, in Brazil is a constitutional established right, and we can discuss whether it is being put in practice or not, but the meaning of sports practice is given by the person who practices. It's not the coach who's going to tell you what sports means. It's your experience that will tell you that. Is it something that you love? Something that represents health, aesthetics, which is not necessarily aligned with health. It's a way of life, it's leisure, if it's your profession. So we will diversify these different approaches with the idea that sports is a choice, and a developed country can enable these choices. It's a choice that gives human development. So the Olympic Committee in Brazil has been working with this perspective more recently. In June of this year, a documentary was released with a path for athlete development, with a reference, with a holistic approach to look into all different dimensions of this person, which is the athlete. And when you look at physical, psychological, and social elements, this document is free online if you want to access it. And looking at this training and competition and the values that are that fostered and that they wish to develop with these athletes and management, if this is the objective, then we need elements that guide us in this direction. And the Brazilian committee works with 7 different stages, starting with children, and these stages are basically experimenting and playing, and the second is playing and learning. Basically, sports for children are games, and we need to differentiate sports for children and sports from teenagers, sports for young adults, middle-aged adults, and elderly. We cannot continue to believe that we're only going to have athletes if we frustrate children that are 6 years old. The more we try to cut corners, the less chance that we actually keep this athlete. And the development of humans goes through this path. And the people who are at the center, which is the bioecological perspective, with different elements from the within and from without, is the athlete that has a direct connection with coaches, with teams, with national teams, and then society. And when we talk about a transforming or transformed society, sports is one more phenomenon that is created in this context. And if people are the riches of the nation and high-performance athletes, we can even amplify this perspective for sports as participation. Who hasn't played soccer or running or jogging or walking at the beach? Why? To have fun, to feel good about yourself. You know, once I went to play basketball, it was about 7 or 8 languages within the people that played. Some people didn't have a language in common, but the sports language we were able to share. Remember the integration. So if I'm not in my country and I can communicate with people with like an orange ball in my hand, other people select other activities. And this is what's related with participation in sports. Self-accomplishment, you know, having better results, feeling better about yourself, feeling pleasure in, you know, improving your time, finishing a race, or, you know, finishing the neighborhood games. There's different meanings that sports can yield you. And in order to provide human development, there is not the need for mediation. I'm a physical education teacher. I was a coach. I know that my role, but if I'm not there, people are still relating to each other. Things are happening. Dilemmas are coming up. Values are being practiced and passed on. And we need to respect that and understand that sports is a relational human experience by itself.
I'm bringing some slides here talking about it, and I'll tease you in the end, and I'm pretty sure you've also had the same mistake I did. So this participation sport can also be mediated. We can be teachers of people who come to practice just because, and this is the best answer. And when we mediate, then we start practicing and guiding this practice for the development. Like, for example, at Sesc, if I offer sports practice here, like, for example, volleyball in the afternoon just for recreation, we have some institutional values that are there in the game along with it. So now we'll guide the human development on a guided practice, and we need to prioritize increasing the sports culture, because sports is a cultural asset, either one modality or many, and we need to focus on inclusion and opposition to exclusion. In participation sports, we need the models so that everyone, in fact, participate. We need to organize a nice environment so that they can exchange their experience and have a safe environment so that they can experience the game. Like, for example, I'm not an athlete that will be in a world game, but when I am here, I can feel that I have guidance and opportunities. So something that we don't talk that much is when you start practicing sports late. Like, for example, if I want to learn rugby today, where can I learn it? Because it will be for kids or for the elderly, and we as adults, we are in a limbo that we can't have this opportunity. Martial arts work better with that, or street running do that. They deal better with late sports initiation. But we want to practice sports sometimes because we feel good, because this is a way of for human development, and we need more people to have access to that. So we have to promote this cultural asset and make people engage. Engagement is a very important word, both for initiation, when we have the first contact with the sports, and it can be the proper time to determine if I will keep up practicing or not, and in participation sports as well, and even in high performance sports. We studied the athletes who were the world winners in handball, and we try to check what made them engaged in sports, because if they don't feel they are part of that, they can't remain there. And in this phenomenon of sports, we will have participation sports, just like volleyball, that was created in the institutional American context and then were played on streets, and practice that started on the streets. They were not formal, they were less Olympic models, let's say, and then they are incorporated by it. And as we could see on the last Olympic Games, everybody was able to see Raíssa Leal, and she won the prize of the Olympic mood. And this is a new modality with a 13-year-old representing the values of sports for those who watch the Olympics. So there's something wrong with all the rest if we depend on a 13-year-old to inspire us in terms of sports. So I'll leave some questions here. Who influences who? On the next games in skateboard, will we have less integrated athletes, or will the other sports feel more comfortable to talk about human relations? So what will be the way from now on? So who here, if you work here on sports mediation, you have a huge responsibility on that. We talk about sports in the sense, but we are not only reflex, we are also the agents of transformation, and we need to take the responsibility. So people who are educators or trainers or coaches, they are the ones mediating this experience and organizing 4 processes: content, systematization, choosing the way of putting that into practice, and in practice, establishing communication and the environment, and then assess the process. And we have many different assessments with different intentions. even to assess if the human development is increasing or not. It can happen in spaces where we mediate this, the experience like the school, or in spaces like the UBSs and private clinics and the SUS, the Unified Health System, and informal spaces like here, Sesc, because we offer educational sports in the non-formal context, the NGOs, the municipalities. We have many agents responsible for that. And what I bring here is that within these different places, whether schools, the university, the on the streets, we have a set of meanings that sports may have, that it's not my meanings or your meaning, but it's also mine and yours, because it belongs to those practicing sports. Sport is a social construction, and we are working with a common sport, and we have like just like a game of meanings. I remember when I was in school, we won a game, and it was a yellow kaleidoscope, and I was so hypnotized that I could never forget. But I remember in 2010 when I finished my doctorate. So when I finished, I had that kaleidoscope from my childhood. And when we talk about the human development, we have the increase of choices so that people can be whatever they want. So look how many possibilities we have here, how rich this phenomena is. This is what we work with. And if you wake up at 8 a.m. on a Sunday, you are truly interested in spreading the possibilities. So why do we have sports then? Well, this is my premise. And sports, more than the means for something, is the end. The value of access to sport is a freedom to be ensured so that people can choose or not to use it as a way of having personal accomplishment and to enrich their own lives. Going on to this idea of human development in sports, sports in its body nature has these relations they provide that go beyond physical activity, because it is related to the possibilities of interaction with yourself and with others. This is where we have the value of it. And based on this relation, we'll have the benefits to society, like generation of human development, a better life, to fulfill your life, and to get closer to peace. We have some problems in this process, mainly the one of not respecting that the practice is meaningful for him who practices that. So, for example, in context of NGOs, it is common that we have this idea that we have to save people and give them values that they don't have. It's very common in NGOs in rich countries dealing with poor countries. But we need to evolve in this sense. So is it meaning when we simply throw some value from top down, and we can't build this perspective with the organizations that we are supporting, especially in vulnerable spaces? Okay, this is an important support, but we need to build everything together. This is a study we carried out in Passe de Mágica, the NGO that Magic Paula has. She is a world winner with Olympic medals, and she created a basketball institute. And this study is with Eduardo Uli from Sesc São Paulo. It is his master's thesis. And in this NGO, we try to understand the pedagogic management and what is the intention of human development, how we carry that out with the intention of respecting those that are part of the program. So we studied the context sensitivity. So if I am in a non-vulnerable culture, it doesn't matter if I want to insert the values that I have in sports in my context and believe that it should be there in a vulnerable context. No, I need to understand the absences, the potentials, and based on this, I need a meaning And in this NGO, we've always wanted human development, but initially working many technical and tactics aspects of sports and not the human development. So we established this proposal so that people could be able to offer sports within this proposal in the learning community, to work the sports in this perspective and to guide human development. So we did that there. If you want to understand more, you can read the study. So sports pedagogy suggests that only the tactic elements of sports are not enough to solve the intention of providing human development. But we don't need to have anything else. We just need to acknowledge that sport comprises three big referentials: the technical, social education, and history and culture. So the values that sports can improve are part of sports. The history of sports is a way of engaging people. So pedagogically, we are working a lot within this perspective. And I'll leave you with a final question. If we had a society, we don't have, but if we had a peaceful, safe, healthy, long-living, rich, and egalitarian society, would we need sports? Yes or no? So sport has a value in itself. It's not only for us to have all that. It's here because it allows us to be. So if the answer is no, we understand that sports has a way in itself. And we need to value sports and stop saying they don't have it. So we practice sports because it's worth doing it, because we feel more human, because it allows me to deal and to be what I want within this perspective of human development. However, a lot of people is being left behind. These are numbers from 2017. I don't know if you can see the table, but on the upper part of the graph, the table, you have those with less possibility to have access to sports. So those with less opportunities are women with no education, followed by disabled people, then women in low income, then black women, so handicapped people, black people, mainly women, are the ones who are left behind in the sports system. And we discussed that yesterday in one of the panels. And we have numbers to prove that. And this is a country where poverty hasn't decreased. It increased, in fact. So we don't have this right entitled. It is there in law, but if we're talking about sports, human development, and people being what they want, we need to progress a lot. And how do we do that? Thinking about teaching sports to everyone, most of people who are left behind are women and girls. It's not enough to teach sports. We need to teach well. And we have a lot of studies on how to teach well. And a suggestion is to take the three referentials in line with the pedagogical management of sports. Teaching the technical content of sports, not enough. We need the cultural and social aspects as well. And we need to teach how to like sports. It tends to be nice, but sometimes we disturb it, we destroy it, we remove all the human dynamics from it. So I'll finish with a quote here that I took there from Instagram, and I'll read with you. And I think maybe you can see yourselves in it. When something very nice happens in sports, when there is a nice situation of fair play, there are lots of hashtags being posted. So it's not only game, not only volleyball. So let's think about it. Why do we say things like that? Why do we say sports are not enough? So bring it to here. When we see a positive attitude of an athlete, then we have a lot of hashtags. But now, my opinion, okay? Whenever we say it's not only simply sports, we say that sports not good enough, and we work with the sports. Whenever we say it's not only a game, we show that we don't know enough about the game, because game is what we have as more mobilizer, and this is just because it's a game that sport is so powerful. It mobilizes in many directions of human development, and as being sports, athletes inspire, conquer, and mobilize daily, and we watch the sports channels. So it's time to stop being insensitive and be more human. And this is what is sport, human and sensible, in such a way to mobilize our worst and our best. I invite you next time to think that it's not more than sport, it's simply sport. Thank you very much. See you in the Q&A.
It's very important to reflect. Thank you, Larissa. And now, to talk about sports public policy in favor of human transformation, the Cuban, and I'm going to invite to the stage the director of Instituto Nacional de Deportes y Recreación, Yasman Yoel. Thank you very much, and welcome to the stage. The floor is yours. Good morning. It's great to be here in this beautiful event for Latin America and the world, and for all of us who are here today doing sports for our communities. I would like to thank the invitation to this wonderful country, especially to Rio de Janeiro, and to be able to share with the main actors in this community sports here in Brazil. Before I start, I would like to refer to a very important fact that is going on nowadays in my country, in Cuba. Now, September 25th, in Cuba, we are having a legislation being voted for a new code of the family that gives a right on basis of cooperation, love, the concept of family, and obviously a code that has been updated to the new Cuban society. And therefore, in this legislation now on September 25th, even though I'm not in my country, I would also vote yes for this new code of Cuban family. So I would like a round of applause to all Cuban people who are out there and voted in favor of this execution of this law. And the topic that I bring to you is not anything, it's not like rocket science. I'm not going to talk about concepts, directives, and I will not talk about anything that is beyond of science as such. Maybe dry of knowledge, but it's nothing scientific. I would just want to talk to you about what we can do in a community with the Cuban examples that we have, and in different actions that we did to develop community sports from the Cuban examples. Firstly, I would like to tell you that my country is an older or an aging country. In 2021, in about 20% of the population has become over 60 years old, and emphasizing the female sex, because through the social cost that the social mission of the Institute of Physical Education and Recreation, this is so that you can understand, this has been basically the Ministry of Sports in Cuba, where in the Council of Ministers for the Cuban government participate, but it's not a ministry, it's in itself. And the government and the council are members of the council because of the importance of sports in the communities and to development and to peace. So the government takes in the sports in all the community activities and uses it in all community activities that are done in the island. Our country has grown older in the last few years, and therefore the options for the elderly years have to be a lot more attractive and a lot more interesting for the use of these ages. But the tendency is to grow older actively because we're all getting older. But how are we going to age actively? And this is where the fundamental activities of the project of recreation and physical activity and physical education will give us the possibility. We either plan it with the possibility for all. The spectrum is around the base of the 4 programs that the National Institute has. And to talk about these operational programs, I would like to show you what happened to us during the pandemic. We talked about like Olympic medals and world medals and Pan American Games, and then the Institute, what did we do? We created a strategy for sports to get more medals, for a result that would eminently be logical with the capacity that we say we have in the sports method area. We all have similar capacities, but we all, practice sports here in Latin America. But then we realized, where does the talent come from? Physical education, of course, the communities. And then we started talking about a program, an integral program of physical education and physical activities and recreation, which can yield us the development, the sports development of the country. But then COVID-19 hit, and it showed us that these 2 projects that we had created, that we had elaborated, we wouldn't be able to put in practice. We weren't able to do it, at least momentarily. And so there was a strategy, an economical and social strategy after the pandemic, but nothing was being done. People needed to practice sports. People needed to know that their people had Olympic medals and Pan American medals and world medals, but the best medal that we needed was community medal, the community development, the medal of sports for all. That's the main medal that my country now has in sports. We're not just Olympic champions. We're developing sports for all people. Cuba nowadays, after COVID-19, has a total of 4,200,000 systematic practitioners of sports in conceptual. I wasn't going to talk about concepts, but systematic practices of sports, as that person that has physical activities or recreational activities or sports activities between 3 to 5 times a week, which means these are people that are labeled as systematic practices of sports. 4.2 million systematic practitioners. So how can we register and control this amount of people? Well, simply, we were able to do it because there was no strategy for sports, no integral program for physical activity and physical education, even less a strategy. Government system was needed because they had the genius to work through programs and projects. Basically, sports is reflected in macro programs of human development, equity, and social justice. And then, finally, this macro program has 4 fundamental projects. And then we can see the access and the quality of services, where it's reflected the project of sports and physical education and the project of recreation and use of free time. These 2 projects, these 2 government projects, are aimed at sports. And obviously, we also interact with the project of prevention of the vulnerabilities. And prevention of vulnerabilities, all the different ticks, so that you can know how we work sports in the governmental part of Cuba. And here, we're going to bring you the structure that controls this project and how we can oversee them. Our institute is the central administration body for the state, which enforces and controls, promotes, and proposes, and once it's approved, the policies are approved for physical education and physical activity, recreation, and sports, is the only body in Cuba to promote sports, physical education, recreation. Other ministries can do it, but the main player, the CEO, is this institute, INDER. As we can observe, we have provincial elections of sports, which comes to be the Sesc, right, which is exclusively for sports, the municipal divisions of sports, and a very important place that's called sports combinations. What are the sports combinations? They are the structure, the small structure, which mediates between the community and the public policies. All the sports teachers, recreational teachers, physical education teachers, physical activities, voluntary activists. These people are those people that now we take into this sports. They're not graduated, but they, foster physical activities and recreational activities. We have a school to graduate athletes, but also we have a university that's not under directly in the institute, but to the Ministry of Superior Education, without which the interaction of these ministries, we wouldn't be able to have realized this integrated kind of work. We have a university of the science of sports and physical culture, where we pretty much create human resources to work in the Cuban communities. And we also have schools for physical education teachers, which have been maintained as a continuous graduation. The teachers graduated in the university, they have a kind of special license, and the people who are graduated in the school, physical education schools, come with a graduation of certified teacher, either in a technical level or in a university level. And here we have the pyramid of participation, which today gives us this systematic practitioners. Today, the nation, to the basis of the combined sports, we have to keep in mind the processes of the INDER in Cuba.
So they are physical education, sports, physical activity, and recreation. Obviously, this won't ensure that a massive competitive system with recreation to use the free time will survive or provide to the whole population the habits, the healthy habits. But I talked a little bit about something that has to do with the sports practice in Cuba, but what we are in fact searching for is how to deal with people that are in vulnerable situations that we can find in families, in groups, and who have limitations in terms of making good use of their opportunities. And this is what we are trying to do. We are trying to change the communities, these communities. We are trying to do that. And someone had an idea talking about that with other people. So they had an idea to have an institutional project that is called the Project for Life. Project for Life is something that today we use in many countries. And you see what it is. It is something that we do in many places with corporations. But we thought, well, we do in other communities, in other countries, but we need to do it here first. We need to provide the service to he who needs. Then we go to the world. But even though we are working this way, we are working on Project for Life is to have control and attention of the communities that are in social transformations. So communities in situations of vulnerability with a working system that is quite strong, and we know who are the workers of different institutions, both national or state or municipal levels. Who are the people in these communities who are able to assist in the activities, to follow and help people in the main region, so that we can develop this community in such a way that is needed, because they are in vulnerable situations. But we have 168 municipalities in Cuba. So Cuba has 15 states and 168 municipalities. And out of this, we have a total of 1,325 communities in vulnerability and facing social transformation. But the success of this transformation work is the community work, the integrated community work. This is the key for success, for community transformation, is the integrated community work. I can now offer sports options and recreation and physical activity, but what they need more is medicine, and we have medicine, but we don't have medications like aspirins and things like that. And this is a responsibility of the Ministry of Health. They are the ones in charge to help the community and provide for the community. So we need an integrated, a comprehensive culture. We need the Ministry of Culture, the Ministry of Health. We need social order. We need the police and so on. So these are all the factors integrated that will build a better community, to change this community. We change communities because, as she said, sport can give values as in its core. But I would like to call your attention for these communities in social transformation and in vulnerable situations, because we understood that we had 507 sports combined, and we worked on these communities with teachers and physical educators for physical activity, and many activists as well. So we have a total of sports interactions of more than 1,000 interactions in these communities in vulnerable situations. And before that, they didn't have like the sports venues. We need to build or recover some places so that we could have a good sports management to offer sports based on what we wanted. And this is obviously that physical activity provide values, but this kind of project for life is okay. But we also have other centers, the prison centers for full training that will also deal with kids. So we have a series of organizations participating in this integrated community system, also to deal with education and health. So we deal with the Ministry of Education, and we discuss different topics to develop on these places so that we can reach a level for the sports activists, that they can understand the policies and the different values. And Project for Life is known as a community project for physical activity that works in cooperation in different communities, in different neighborhoods. And for example, here in Brazil, we have government and authorities in need of cooperation. And when we arrive in Rio, we see here on the beach everybody practicing sports. No, but it's not here. In Brazil, this project goes to the slum. They won't go to the rich areas. They will go to the poor areas of the countries. And we have 25 years working worldwide. We have experiences in many countries working in poor areas and in search for social change with this project. But this project has a technological pack of a sports program to deal with pregnant women until their kids are adult. People with social disadvantage and people with some kind of disability. So it's totally inclusive. It's totally inclusive. And that's why we applied our work in communities that are in need and in vulnerability. So they need change. And also, the sports practice in this project is massive. We work in many focal points that we can help vulnerable communities. And finally, we contribute to the improvement of many communities in social disadvantages. So now I'll bring to you many pictures to illustrate some examples. Okay, I know I don't have a lot of time, but we have some examples here for you to understand how we work and the experience we had in different countries worldwide. So there's Venezuela, now Panama, and this is Project for Life that we applied there in Panama. In Peru, we also had different teachers working on that, and in Timor as well. And it is based on different communication actions for people who present some disease, and we need to know how to treat it, how to fight the disease. And here We have diabetes and some work there. And this is a congress that we had, and we presented the joint actions that we had in this congress, just like the one that we are having today, but we had a congress in Cuba. So we use this kind of promotion and this kind of event for the practice of physical activity. And we call attention to different topics, as you can see here. This project has also worked in sport solidarity in many places in Cuba, many neighborhoods, in many situations of disasters that we've faced there. So we worked along with the Ministry of Health to give support to many neighborhoods and communities under vulnerability, with the important job of changing the communities, the neighborhoods, the families that are facing a vulnerable situation. I thank you very much for your attention, and I thank everyone on behalf of the National Institute of Sports and Physical Education to be here in this Congress, following Carlos Eduardo, Tatiana. Thank you very much. Thank all of you for your attention. Thank you. Thank you for your contribution here today. Going on with our discussions, now we'll talk about sports, public policies for social transformation, the good Mexican practice. So I invite the doctor and head of the Commission of Physical Culture in Mexico, Juan Manuel. Thank you very much. Thank everyone present here and those who are online from different countries. Thank you very much for your attention, mainly on the Sunday morning. And I bring my best from the sports authorities in Mexico, and mainly all the organizing committee here in Brazil. Thank you very much for your attention and for the promotion of this kind of activity. So now let's talk a little bit about this topic that deals with, okay, we'll start with talking about sports in the human development, and then we'll talk about the Mexican experience. So we have the case of this anthropologist who was asked about the first sign of human initiation, and people think about guns and devices, and she said, no, it was a broken bone, a femur that was broken. And it shows the difficulties as a starting point of civilization. So starting from this point, we can see that biologically, according to the anthropology, we belong to the animal kingdom. We are part of the animal kingdom. However, we have the kingdom of ideas as human beings. But as part of the animal kingdom, we have some urgencies that are vital. But we also have something to differentiate us from the animals. There are those needs that are not in the animals, but we have, and it comes from other activities. And this is how we start with the science, religion, arts, technology, and love and education. This is what differentiates us. But we are also a paradox being. So according to philosophy, we can say that the human being is like that because we love our the other human beings. We kill, but we also cure. So we can say that we also deal with the human beings in terms of communicating and disinforming. So we live this paradox all the time. And from the positive point of view, we have the medicine with many specializations like sports medicine. And we can have recommendations like, for example, diet as part of the therapy. This is not simply taking a medicine or having a therapy or simply a diet. We need to think the human being as a whole. So I present to you the first book in Mexico talking about exercises. So this is the book of corporal exercises and how we can understand what is necessary in terms of exercise. And this is a book from 1553.
I've already memorized this. This book has been brought back in the National Academy of Medicine and is, you know, in the old form as well as in the new one. There are several interesting things about sports. There perhaps a very famous sportsman was Plato. Plato was a student of Socrates, but Plato means like the guy with broad back, and he talks about exercising and keeping the body healthy. And Aristotle already recommended to value certain characteristics to look into human development. In the antiquity, sports people started to beat obstacles and then compete within themselves, and then sports comes and begins to exist. But when they become older and they finish their career, they have this need to communicate and teach, and they become coaches, and then they require some other kind of support, such as medicine, for example. But it's not just the coach. There are several aids. The medical is no longer the medical. It's like sports science as a whole, nutritionist, psychologist, physical anthropologist, engineer, etc. And this is how sports has evolved in the current Olympic Games. This sense we know it comes the pandemic, where the pandemic comes, and the calendar is altered not by wars but because of health problems. And then when we restart the Olympic Games, this sentence comes up that people were talking about. So, sports helps men to understand their own limits. But how can sports be a tool for humanization? And here we have the fact that sports may reflect the human nature. For example, females, if someone from the Hellenic bodies could come here, they would see women practicing sports, because women were not allowed into the stadium. They were not allowed to compete. However, they were never still, and this is why in antiquity they started to compete within women in the Lesbos island. And in Mexico, at the start of the century, there were Cercias considered, but only men could do that. And this is like about 1917, where women are allowed into sports. And then the sports helps to reduce differences during the First World War. Christmas night, German and British armies play soccer. And more recently, Mexico, in 1968, the Olympic Games, the torch is taken by a woman. And then in Mexico, sports is part of culture, and the first mascot is established. So there are several milestones in sports where you see anti-doping and immunity tests for real. Talking about the differences, what's the role of sports for the differences between China and the United States? Until in 1971, Mao Zedong and Richard Nixon get together in a ping pong match. Maybe they didn't play it, but there is a character about it, and sports establishes the union of a country, like when Nelson Mandela is the first black president in South Africa. In Olympia, it was a very bad place, and then when we see the Olympic Games in 1960, where he crosses the goal and he continues moving forward where the Constantine door and where the obelisk is, which had been stolen by from his people and was given back in the 21st century. The case of Muhammad Ali, who did not want to fight in the American army, and he did it. And this news that I found about the war that was in Congo when the Brazilian team went there and the war was stopped to watch Brazil play, right? Inequality, we can see here how a German dictator, Hitler, he does not give the premier to a black man, but his German companion helps him and they become friends. And then in Mexico, there's the first manifestation in 1988 in a global way where Tom Smith and John Carlos, they were in the first, in 400 meters, first and third place, but the one who's fighting, and then Black Power comes up and they create a kind of a caricature for this prejudice, and they were basically, Tom Smitty and John Carlos were punished, but also Peter Norman. There was also a series of prejudice against the Aborigines, and this was completely forgotten. And when he passed away, when Thomas Smith traveled to carry the Ferretro for Peter Norman. And more recently, now in the Rio Olympic Games, these pictures, very important. The beach volleyball for Egypt and Germany, where you could see the differences, the cultural differences. And the other one, what we called the selfie of peace, where two gymnasts, one from North Korea, another one from South Korea, were side to side taking a picture. The problem of obesity we also have, and in Latin America, we're moving forward, perhaps in men more than in women, until 2015, and we have a syndrome of obesity. So there are different bodies in the sports trying to, even change governments. We have to establish the national community for physical culture and sports, and the law comes that marks a very important set of topics. For example, to the development of the physical culture and sports, and to elevate the level of cultural and social life of the citizens. So we have three different areas. One from sports, another for, this one has to do with physical sports organization and sports and training and licensing, the quality of sports, the structure of sports, competitive sports, including adapted sports as well. And then we have physical culture, which has to do with the practice of sports in a municipal level, sporting events, and recreational and physical education activities. But it's not only the government. We all have to work together. So we have this project, Swim for My Heart. It has many years, but this is a private organization and other institutions that are coming together to see how much people swim for this Day of the Heart. And for 2021 in red is the participation in swimmers that the CONAD had. And if you take a look in women and are in red and blue are men, we have more women swimming, but they come from all age groups. And this is the projection, which starts from tomorrow until the 23rd of October. And we have other activations in the school level and for massive events, but also the Your Zone as well, which basically could be anywhere where everything was, where people commented, like public spaces. And also we have even in the offices where people are sitting down, and you could have like basically stand up and activate for your health. So we have some activities in the Children's Day, for example, alongside the parents. in the lower picture, you can see in a building where there's 5 floors, but there's an area there outside where people can go. They do physical activation. And in this picture, you can see there is a picture that cannot be made, but for reasons I cannot do this. But there are physical activation tests and the capacitation or training for people who are trying to finish their penal sentencing so that they can work with this market later. So the testimonials for the days, the World Days, the February 4th, which was the World Day of Cancer. These are the pictures of the director, some pictures from the OPS, from the Rafa Pana network, and all of them are all sports that are survivors of cancer, with messages from 1 or 2 minutes to the population in general. And the World Day Against Obesity, which is, for example, Rosario Espinosa, that won 3 medals in Taekwondo, but they are all, bodybuilders, athletics, soccer, football, runners, etc., giving messages to the people. And talking about the pandemic, you couldn't do academic events in sports center, but in the World Day of Diabetes, we created this symposium where Dr. Victor Marcedo, which sent me a greeting to you guys, Miguel Maro Serrano from OPS, and after 4 hours, we have this metric of 24 hours free. We have more than 6,700 people connected from even from other countries. And in the National Week of Physical Culture, which is a presidential decree, it's not an event, organized event, which proposed a female boxer, who was a congresswoman, and then we started talking about talks and organized other kinds of physical activities that are online as well. So the National Week for Sports and Physical Culture goes down with pandemics, and in 2021 it starts moving forward a little bit, but in 2022 it's going back online. So what's done during this week is that the CONAD is the regulation of body, and there's an invitation that is sent because each state can depend on different party and different budget, but the invitation for something to be done. And these kinds of activities are performed during the weeks. However, it's not just the government, but also the organized civil society associations. Like, for example, a lot of them connected to the professional football and other bodies and associations and private initiatives. For example, some people with like Millionaires, Carlos Slim or Hapaloo and other company or insurance companies, for example, the goal for Mexico. Every time every time there's a goal scored by Mexico, there's like a specific scholarship or something. And other Mexicans that have started promoting help to others. We have the Jorge Campos, Canelo Alvarez, Daniel Ponce, and others. And boxer perhaps is not so good, but he works in the United States, and he comes from a very poor neighborhood. That's Daniel Ponce, and Lorena Ochoa, Eduardo Nacker, and they continue to help people. So we have seen that sports has to do with healthy entertainment and the team spirit, solidarity, and all. And in the fundamental balance of Olympic sports, excellence, respect, and friendship. And in the Melbourne Games in 1956, we didn't do any closing ceremonies, but we said we could go out without flags. We could all go out together, but all together. No countries, no divisions by flags. And so this is a part of my message. Nelson Mandela's sentence, the sports has the power to change the world. by Nelson Mandela. Thank you very much for your invitation and your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Juan. Thank you with the last day of Congress to talk a little bit about public policies of recreation sports, effective instruments to reach well-being and health in the city of Bogotá. We invite the professional in physical, culture, sports, and recreation from University St. Tomás in Bogotá. I will also invite another speaker, an expert. No, I'm still talking about the first one. So she's also an expert in sports management and recreation in the Technological University of Pereira. So Aura Maria ESCAMILLA, and also the occupational therapist of the National University of Colombia, expert in labor risk management and labor health, MôNICA DURÁN. They have so many graduations and certifications that we still even confuse them. But welcome, both of you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here. I'll talk a little bit about the strategies, and Paula. And before starting, I would like everybody to stand up so that we can wake up and stretch a little bit. We are so quiet here, and we are on the Move Congress. So let's go, because we have a short time. When I say one, we stand both arms. We raise both arms, and when we say two, we sit down, okay? And we'll see how we'll react. One, two, sitting down, and number one, and number two. Good. Okay, I hope you could have moved a little bit, and I'll tell you that today, in the Institute of Recreation Sports in the city of Bogotá. Let me see how it works here. Okay. So we bring an effective strategy to reach health and well-being in the city of Bogotá, Colombia. And today we'll emphasize a little bit what is the recreational cycle space. And in the city of Bogotá, it's celebrating 48 years today, and it's a space that is dynamic. And what does it mean? That as it is, we don't need an infrastructure. We also have cycle routes in Bogotá that are those that are fixed ones, but the recreative cycle lane is a strategy in which we do everything possible to forbid the use of cars, and what we do is to incentivize the people to use the lanes for to practice activities, just like we see here in the beach, at the beach today. Okay, now let's watch a small video with the presentation of the institution. Okay, I don't know how the sound is. So we are an entity taking care of the greatest patrimony of the city. Every Sunday, we have 117 kilometers of lane so that people can ride their bicycles. We take sports, recreation, and physical activity to different population groups in Bogotá. No matter what their age and social conditions are, anyone can practice. We have spaces so that people in Bogotá can enjoy the city, and national spaces and community spaces like parks that are provided for the community. These are places for people to meet and enjoy a good time with family, friends, and to know more people.
Administramos escenarios deportivos como
The
nuestro estadio
administration of sports places like this stadium is something that we do when we have male and female sports their practice. And we also have a water complex and cultural centers, and we have lanes for cycle competitions and sports courts. We have private companies with concessions working on theme parks as well. In all those spaces, we have sports practice, and this is what we do in Colombia to keep people practicing activities in Bogotá. We also have an Olympic venue where people can enjoy their activities and strengthen their processes. We work to create many enjoyable activities and for physical and mental health.
Somos el IDRD.
We are IDRD. Well, briefly, you could see what we do in the District Institute of Recreation in Bogotá, Colombia. And it's not only the cycle lane, so more than that, we have more scenarios, more activities, more sports practice, and then Dr. Aurea will talk to you about it. The recreational cycle lane in Bogotá has many benefits. On the one hand, we have a return of $5 for every dollar invested, and this is what happens with the implementation of services and activities. The recreative lane is called this way because we not only use it for cycles, but we also use that for many educational events in Bogotá. So people with the low financial resources, they enjoy this space to take some time with their kids or their pets. The cycle lane has almost 200 kilometers. At this moment, we are studying new routes to implement 5 kilometers more. And it is distributed in the north, south, and center areas. In the north, you have the ones in yellow. In the center, you see the ones in blue. And in the south, the ones in red. We have the map of the city of Bogotá with our cycle lane that deals with different tracts in the city, from the highest ones to the lowest ones. We have a participation of more 1.5 million people, but after the pandemic, we could see about 2 to 2.5 million people enjoying the spaces. On Sundays, we start the operation at 7 a.m., but then we may have some special events, and in this case, we close all the lanes at 3 a.m., and we count on many trucks to bring the material. And then we'll have 90 employees and 350 people dealing with the administration of the cycle lanes, and also policemen involved for security. And we also want count on volunteers to support the activities. So in total, we have about 900 people operating the cycle lanes. This is wonderful to everyone, and we also, with that, activate the economy of the city. Okay, briefly, you see the participation that we have in a recreational lane. We increased the participation of women, because before we had a lower participation of 25%. Now it's a little higher. They keep participating a little bit more, despite men are the majority, but the greater participation is from 27 to 69 years. And in this case, we see that the great participation is of people in technical level. This year, we we had people like university students who are the ones who are the guardians of the lanes, and they are in the end of technological careers and courses, and they have a training for that. Not everyone can operate the cycle lane in Bogota, so they have a 4-month training to be qualified in everything that is necessary until they can work on their own. But we give them some attention so that they can understand how to take care of the public space and with everything that has to do with the population. So they are people with very significant competences that can help the city in an effective way and with the best strategy for the city. Also, we have sellers in the circuit. It's kind of a big window that we have. So we have institutions of recreation and sports, and we have people with a low income offering services and providing their services, and also sellers that are qualified. And we also have other personnel working there. Besides that, we also have the secretaries as the entities, like people from the Secretary of Health, and we have points where we have support for physical activity and good nutrition, and people can go there and check their health and their weight, their blood pressure, and take care of their health. And then we have the national policy taking care of that, and on Sundays, we have about 280 people from the police force giving support to us. So we need this kind of security. But also, the Bogotá cycle lane has a single system of command and recreation of sports, and we have chambers, and all the personnel has works in different chambers as we have the whole city, and we have possible situations of emergency being taken care and avoided. But when an emergency is there, we have a 3-minute reaction time going up to 8 minutes maximum, and we take care of the health of the person, we stabilize everything, and then people from the Secretary of Health come to take the job. So we have community services, and they are in charge of all the support of the user. And finally, this year, we had in Bogotá decree 042 of this year, talking about infractions and any kind of person committing any kind of infraction having the possibility of being condemned to practice and giving support in the lanes. Well, this is a very comprehensive system, and the Bogotá cycle lane has many, many activities simultaneously. So what we do is to have specific points for specific groups of the population or age group according to their needs, so that we can foment physical activity, recreation, and sports. In the case of school points, we there have 2 points, for example, and these are points where we teach the users how to ride a bike. These are specific points with trained instructors to teach people how to ride a bike. And then we have other points, like the points of bicycles that are balanced, so that we can strengthen motor mobilities, and we stimulate kids since early ages. And we can help them to go through this educational process of understanding how to ride a bike. So then we'll have another project that is Bicycle 2.0. There we articulate the experiences, and the experience to us is to leave the cycle lane and start riding a bike outside the city. So we have some little interconnections to integrate all the projects and all the sports practice. Then we have pedagogical campaigns. We have many, many pedagogical campaigns where we make people with the culture of the bike to take socially the cycle lanes. And at this moment, we we need to take care of the cycle lanes, and if we are a little late to open the space, people will complain, and many times the users are there demanding that, and we need to allow them to enter as soon as possible. So we also have the night riders, we have night lanes as well, and the night lane is the one where we have 100 kilometers. It happens in August from 6 p.m. to midnight. And the same way we have that in December. We have another lane with many activities during all the time, and people ride their bikes at night for physical activities. But we also have points for people with disabilities. So we have special points for blind people, for example, with tandem bicycles, where people have this special bike, so people with disability, visual disability, can ride a bike, and this kind of people can participate on these activities that are guided with the guardians of the cycle lane.
We also have children's points where we have mini gyms where you can go to Bogotá from 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. to find a few points where there are guardians with motor circuits that guiding the kids or around 10 years old so that they can do physical activities. And then there is a situation where we educate people about using them using bicycles in the culture. And then we have recreational lanes where we have musical activities, which was implemented in 1995. And in the cycle lane circuit, in 127 points, we have these points so that people who want, they can do yoga, Roomba, and different classes according to their needs. The health secretary, there are a few points. We have great points also for pets. Pets nowadays are part of families, and what we do is that in some points that we enabled, we do activities for the pets, and we do a few like relaxation massages and other few or tips so that the pets and their families to use the cycle lanes. And then finally, we have something that's really important. We have partnerships, commercial partnerships. The cycle lane, what it does is being banner for the brands to evidence their services. And so there is a huge investment, whether it's in cash, because many brands, what they do is that they gift bikes or souvenirs for people to participate in the activities. And they give also money for us to, as the administrators, can hire more personnel or other kinds of complementary activities, and then we can probably have the impact that we want in the city. Well, I'm going to give you, I'm going to talk to LARISSA. Well, good morning, everybody. You're going to be asking how this whole offer where we have 127 kilometers comes in the health and mental health, physical health and mental health of all the citizens as part of the cycle lane. And as Mônica mentioned at the start, cycle lane is not only to just closing a few lanes, because it's very easier to put some cones to close a lane for people to be able to ride their bikes. But we expect people to use public space. But that's why we designed a platform that gives services, allowing the citizens to use this cycle lane. But how does this impact physical and mental health? And what we did, measurement instruments in order to know how Bogotans citizens make use of this public space with the connection of this portfolio of services that we offer them to have an impact in their health. So we started measuring using indicators of health for physical and mental health. So we looked at if Bogotans that use the cycle lane use these minimum recommendations of movement for the World Health Organization. We established a sample because, as you can see, measuring about 1.5 million people, it's a little difficult, but we established a statistic amount of 399 people, which we identified the cycle lane helps the Bogotans to fulfill this minimum physical activity recommended by the World Health Organization. And then there's a relation also if it's more men or more women, and then finally this kind of redundant into these days. We have the SIN survey that is done in Colombia to be able to measure several aspects of the population, where we were identifying that the cycle lane comes close to the national average, where we have 54% use this minimum recommendation with the 56 ones in ticks. Money, next one. Thank you. To measure mental health, we established two main indicators. One is the residency, and the other one is satisfaction with the life that we're going to have. We're going to look into forward. We established an average that we're going to show just the results that the cycle lane as the measurement of this resilience indicator. We did it in the 15 programs that we do in sports, recreation, and physical activity. Specifically, cycle lane is just one of these 15 programs, shows us that the indicator that they have, they make use of the cycle lane is above average related to other countries such as the United States, Cuba, and Brazil. This is what does it indicate? That people, they get more resilience. Their index is much better than the average in other countries. With satisfaction with life, when we can see here, people who use the cycle lane have an average of 29% of satisfaction of life, which is above average in other countries as well. All right, thank you. So here we have that people who use the cycle lane have a higher satisfaction with life than in the average, the national average, which is about 21%, and other countries like Chile, Brazil, and the United States as well. These two indicators that give us the information about mental health that the Bogotans facing with the use of cycle lanes. But additionally, we also did something for physical health of citizens, where we established body mass indexes, which we did with a statistic sample, where we put a few points for measurement in the cycle lane, where we have the index of body mass for the people who are in the cycle lane have fulfill a few parameters, but we have people who have overweight and obesity indexes, but they are still under the national average for the national survey, where we have 56.4%, but in the SINA survey, but people who are in the cycle lane are under this average. Additionally, we measured the cardiorespiratory components, which allows us to establish this cardiorespiratory component, which was for the citizens part in the cycle lane. Let's say that there is something to be worked with the citizens, but these data are the ones that allow us to make decisions to the implementation of programs and activities and actions that allows Bogotans to improve these components, please. Next. Additionally, this is one of the data that are more important, is to how the citizens are in terms of development of physical activity. So we created a few stages where we have a pre-completion stage, where it's like they're making the decision if they will start or not to do they don't feel like it or something like that. They need a motivation. And then we have, go back please. There we go. We have the contemplative time, where they start thinking about how to do physical activities. Then we have the preparation, which is where they start to take actions, sporadic actions, to the practice of physical activity. The action, which is where they are already doing physical activity, and then maintenance. They do physical activities and they do it regularly. So what we see here is that people who do it in the cycle lane, proportionally, we have more than 50% that already uses the cycle lane constantly in the physical activities, and then do the minimal recommendations, reach the minimal recommendations. Now we are taking actions and activities that allows us to work with the citizens that are still in the previous stages, where we want them to go from considering to do physical activity into actually going into a physical activity. And this measurement is what allows us to establish what are the interests, what motivation is missing for these citizens, so that they can decide finally to start physical activities and to do it constantly, which is what we were talking about yesterday, which is to establish the heritage and what we're going to make people create new habits and stay doing physical activities and not giving up on it, which will influence their mental and physical health. And then this is another graphic which shows us the analysis of what MôNICA was saying a while ago, which is they are a very important space for recreation and physical activity that is used by all the citizens, whatever social condition, economic conditions they are in. And then in the cycle lane in Bogotá, when you can see the lines where we establish a difference, especially in socioeconomical parameters, because in Colombia there's social stratification where we have status that are high, where there's more possibilities in economical and social possibilities because they are much higher. But you can see that this correlation between high, medium, and low, these citizens do almost their cross, and they use not only the miles, but also the cycle lane as a whole. So it's a space for physical activities, for sports and recreation that is used by all citizens, whatever their social conditions they're in. When they come to this gathering places where they make use of this public spaces for their physical activities. And additionally, we have this analysis that MôNICA was talking about. We have about 900 people every Sunday from 3 a.m. to 5 p.m. operating the cycle lane. Right now, we are the institute in charge to lead the management of the cycle lane. But as you can see, there are other entities that transversally support the use of for example, the transportation, the government sector, security sector, publicity and services, investigation, so health, education, and environment. But this is all led by the activity that leads all the recreation, sports, and physical activity, but it is not only working alone. The transversal partnerships of all these entities that allows us to operate the cycle lane, that more people on average go out every holiday or Sunday to make use of this cycle lane. And closing, we would like to show you a little bit of what you can see, a festival that we did in August in the 25th edition, which we did this year. And then next year, Brazil will be the first guest country to participate in our summer festival that brings all of these sports, recreational and physical activities that we do in Ideally. Approximately 37 million people.
Well, thank you very much. And we wait for you in the Summer Festival in 2023. Thank you, Aura, Mônica. It's nice to see that a cycle lane project has a huge economic and social impact. It's wonderful. And here, this Sunday, we have our cycle lanes on public spaces here in Rio so that people can work out and ride their bikes. That's why I came by bike today. You know, jokes aside, we finally understand that we need to use bicycles as a means of transportation. So please come back to the stage, not only Aura and Mônica, but also Larissa, YOEL YASMAN, and Juan Manuel Huesca, so that we have our first debate. And to mediate this discussion, I'll invite the manager of international trades in Sesc São Paulo, master in multimedia in Unicamp, specialist in policies and cultural management by the University of Girona, Itaú Cultural, HELOISA PISANI. Welcome, HELOISA. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This Congress is bringing important topics in sports and physical education to debate. It's an honor to be on this panel. And going beyond the theoretical discussions that we are seeing here, we have a practical experience so that we can understand Latin American models. So Larissa well said that we are using quite well this debate arena with this interchange of experience, and this is something that pushes diplomacy on, and whether cultural, sports, diplomacy. And we have a very pertinent relation so that we think about the sports as the propeller of human development and what models we can build for this debate. So here we have many institutions represented by important people, showing that we need to institutionalize the practice with, especially in countries with a common history in the development, like we had here in Latin America. And this institutionalization, as Larissa said, in Brazil, in its constitution of sports right, shows that we need that, but it's not practiced. More recently, we need sports like recently we've seen in 2011 and other models that are part of the debate in Brazil, Colombia, has cycle lanes that have a very important model, worldwide acknowledged with awards of the UN, AWF, and the park libraries are also models that were implemented in Rio, and unfortunately they were closed due to lack of public investment. In São Paulo as well, we have 2 libraries following this model. And if we talk about diplomacy and sports diplomacy, I think in Cuba we have this combination model. There is a strong example to all of us. Then with that, I would make my first question, and then we open for debate. So I think there are questions from the audience. Soon they will have the opportunity for that. So Larissa talks about the need of dealing with the sports the proper way at different age groups and not skipping age groups because it can be harmful to the sports practice. Yoel mentions this beautiful example of Cuba with community sports. Cuba is a country with the greatest ratio of physical educators, and at the same time is acknowledged in high-performance sports. People who follow the volleyball games, the women's games, especially in the 90s, Cuba would make everyone afraid of playing with them. But this is also admiration, and it's also part of the acknowledgement and the public investments and the respect that we have in sports and also in other areas. Cuba is an example of solidarity and mobilization, international mobilization for sports and humanitarian help. So my question in this sense is that there are 2 vectors. I mean, it seems that there are 2 vectors: community sports for everyone, that is the basis of everything we have, even here in Sesc, and professional sports, high-performance sports. I would like you to talk briefly about what you understand about these 2 vectors as both part of the same development, and a stronger stimulus and a community stimulus with a health practice, among other points for the human development, and also with the acknowledgement that goes outside the country and also is an example for the population of the country. I think I was chosen to start responding according to the looks of everyone here, right? Everyone gave a step back, so I am the one in the front. So I see that as complementary. Many times we look and we see that obviously they have objectives that are not similar, and mainly they are not accessible the same way. I would really love to go to the next Olympic Games, but wondering that is not only enough, as we want to practice any modality, but if it's not accessible, if it's not available somehow, it's not possible. And the institutionalization that you brought is something very important to show that we care. Not that we stimulate, but that we care. So I see that as a continuum of the same wheel that should be turning the same way all the time, but we need to think of getting closer. I mean, high-performance sports have their fair admiration and importance, but on the other hand, many times it gets very distant from other practice. So models going through this approximation seems to me that have more success in the engagement of people. There was a time in which it started changing. If you think about the French case, the same place where I practice basketball with my friends is the place where the high-performance athletes are training. So the passion and engagement is because we all live together. So I think this inspiration may be a trigger for us to walk together in terms of humanization. Like I said in my lecture, is having different people in the same process, and it can be the starting point or the finishing line, but mainly the connection between different manifestations in sport is important so that we can enhance this cultural asset. Well, I will talk about the Cuban model. and the part of high-performance sports and what has to do with where the high-performance athlete comes for. Well, first I would like to say that in Cuba, activities have to deal mainly with the physical education and physical activity, and then, based on that, we start working with kids at school age. And we have the possibility, they have the possibility of practicing, having physical education 2 or 3 times a week, and they have the right to practice one shift at school that they can choose about of a sport that they choose. So this individual, how does he become a high-performance athlete? We'll have a selection process for the athletes that happens there in schools with physical education. And we'll find the talents, I mean possible talents. So you choose a student to compete. And then this student will go to specific schools to select the talents, because in physical education we can find students that are, for example, tall, with a good body, with good stability. Probably he can go well, but maybe if you have a very sedentary student that is playing piano, can't be an athlete, he can be a musician. So we need to select them there, and then we are filtering all them until they go to the high-performance schools. And we do that. We have champions being produced this way, like Olympic champions, and they afterwards start working with their community. They become the representation of the country in the sports environment, and with all that has to do with the community activities and important actions. So they become the example to all the community. So once they finish competing, they continue being athletes because they enter the program, and so they are not high performance anymore, but they are in the training program. So they help us have another athlete. So this sports combined is the essence of all activities. So I believe high performance sport, not only in Cuba, but to everyone at world level, is very important, mainly due to the relations and the links and the policies that we can work and the examples that we can give to all sports players that we have in the whole world. The development of sport, sports development of a region or a country is mainly carried out with the ideology and the value training that we can help them grow in the institution since their early training and becoming sports professional. So one thing leads to another. So that's why we say that this is also human development. And I totally agree with Professor Larissa, because I believe that sports will change worlds, and it can move people and capitals, and it can work on solidarity and be an excellent interchange between nations. Just one point here, connection with what he said, because I think it's important to look those in the pyramid who are there and who are outside the pyramid. I mean, those who live the high performance route, where are they? They are in the cycle lanes. So if you say you are not worth it for sports, so then why do we have sports? So we need other images to keep people practicing sports. This is important. So it has to be for everyone. And now, okay, with that, I pass on the floor to my colleagues. Well, I remember something that a sports professor told me about the inverted pyramids, in which the base of the pyramid should be social sports for everyone. And this is for the big mass of people, and the greatest population in the world won't be high performance competitions. More than 90% of people who go to gymnasiums or courts, they are not competing. They are there for aesthetics and recreation. And then in the pyramids, we have the school sports where it's a little bit more competitive. There is a coach, and sports for everyone is in the physical education at school, and people with the Ministry of Education need to work on that. And the social sports is where we have the part of this dealing with the sports, and at schools we need a coach with a methodology, because there is where the kid or the teenager will find inspirations. Obviously, most of them won't be high performance, but they understand what to do. And why the pyramid is inverted? Because it would be the inverted order. We need less inversion in sports, less economic inversion. So in schools, we need more inversion because we need coaches and many other things.
And the smallest population that competes in high performance athletes, this is the one that requires the most investment and the most preparation. You know, this is very simple things that are being done just for sports and health. It's the precision of tests for the social sports. It's probably very simple, something not as scientific, but it's important that we start with something. But, you know, school sports has more specific stuff, and then we have high performance sports. They have extremely high costs. So this is part of the model for sports that we use in Mexico. But in Mexico, there's also the thing that the ministry organizes the policies of sports for schools and socials, works and free spaces, and etc. But the sports organizations, the federations for the sports, they are in charge to do their selections, and they have an Olympic committee that leads this high performance sports selection, but also human formation and training requires a lot of time and people, maybe not so much investment, but it needs to reach more people. One part is for sports, and another one is what they were talking about, the problems. It's not. In Mexico, we were in a syndemia, which is a group of pandemic. We have the obesity pandemic, diabetes, hypertension, tobacco consumption, soda consumption. So when we have this kind of COVID, basically opened a can of worms for us. And so we are, we need to invest in publicity to promote health. Perhaps this is the part of structure. Then we focus in the physical culture part in sports. This is the structure. But in the 32 states in the Republic, they have a similar structure because the physical law that came out. So with a name or another, more or less investment, more or less population, professionals, but this is what needs to be followed. I would like to complement and add a little bit with Larissa has brought up, which is what we do in Bogotá. Well, you can see represented what was our recreational cycle lane, but this is one of the 15 programs that we have in Bogotá that takes care of all of the interests that we were able to bring research from for sports, recreation, and physical activities from the citizens. And we would like to show that having managed these sports, which shows that the pandemic is the high performance is not the only thing important for citizen, for social sports, but there are high athletes that have world level, but the inclusion of population wasn't referenced before 2019, and this transformation that we're doing in Bogotá, and we have a focus on reaching the sustainable SDGs, and then these programs are focused on working with 3 of the SDGs, which is what we were talking at the end yesterday, where they were talking about the sports can change the world. And now in Bogotá, we are trying to work on how this sports and can give the SDGs of education, health, and well-being, and the equality of gender equality, and also 16, which is the peace issue, which is Colombia that's coming out of an armed conflict and doing a transition where violence that was in rural areas is now coming to the cities after this process. And because of that, we used sports at its end. It becomes also a tool to develop a society through sports, recreation, and physical activities. And we have 3 great lines where we talk about a sports system, where you could see in our summer festival video, where this doesn't only promote the athletes when they already have sports results or when we are a headhunter process, but we start creating them from the stage when they were born. And we have been doing this with psychomotricity centers that go through our sports formation schools, because we had high performance athletes that didn't know how to run, they didn't know how to walk, they didn't know how to jump. And we wouldn't gonna show this with 15 and 20 years old. And what we need to work from the early childhood, then go through graduation, talent, and reserves, that we do identification and headhunting processes, and then they go to the higher performance athletes to then talk about their trajectory and retire later on, because they have like mental health issues when you didn't have this follow-up with high performance athletes after their sports life is. So their life project basically has other connotations for them, and the state somehow abandoned them. So we do this follow-up procedure now for mental health. And we have all of this for physical activity, and many of us know is that the sports for life, which is what you say, not everybody's going to be high-performance athletes, and it's not their interest. It's not maybe because they don't want to, or they don't have the physical or psychological conditions to do it. Others because we can't forget that we're dealing with human beings, right? And I'm, as a human being, they say, oh, no, I don't want to. What I want to do is sports just for health, physical activity, just for my health, even though I could be an Olympic medalist, but I'm not interested in it. And this is how the state assures the right of these citizens around promoting their physical and mental health through physical activity. And a recreational component that takes us additionally to foster physical and mental health is social construction, is how recreation and activity, physical activity and sports helps to create these values in these citizens. Now in Bogotá, we are working with the recreational, with 4 primordial values that we can socialize. We have measurements of how these incidents has done in terms of solidarity, self-belief, teamwork, and use of public space, where we leave the entities and the schools to take ownership of this public space and parks, where in Bogotá they have like a connotation of unsafe after all of the post-conflict and the peace deals that have come to the cities. There were a few outcomes of this conflict where in the public space you can see violence happening, and through recreation we brought the citizens to participate and take ownership of this space and claim it for sports, recreation, and physical activity. Unfortunately, there's not enough time, so perhaps we can have a couple of questions and then we do a round of answers and then we can finish. Can anybody pass on the mic, please? Do we have a mic? No. There we go. Well, first, I would like to thank the rich moments of discussion that we had here. It's very interesting to see to bring what we are doing here, but also listen to the practices that they have in other neighboring countries, but also, consulting what's being taught. It bothers me to see when we talk about physical activities and the promotion of recreation being done in school. And today we have a recent document in Brazil, if we look about it, which is BNCC, which is the National Base Common Curricular Basis, which excludes physical activity from some movements that is primordial, and we're losing these people to other practices. And this, we were talking about this, seeing other countries bringing experiences, and in our country we don't have that experience to be able to show them, but it reinforces the importance of a social institutions like Sesc that tries to bring it back, like Larissa said. It's not enough to be a right, it should be a given. But I would like to put it out to you guys. It's a right that's being removed in such a crucial moment, and we're just basically have our hands tied behind our back, and we can't do the opposite moment. I think we should talk about this. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you all a question. Does the Brazilian Constitution, does it have a national practice of sports? Does it contemplate it? So what we have to do is to foster the practice of sports. So one, this individual comes out of the school age so that our communities take in people physically cultured, and then they have the habit of practicing sports for a social well-being and for a good physical and mental state. So there's a lot of community work that needs to be done. We have to do a lot of marketing. We have to do a lot of programs of communication, and especially the first conference in this Congress talked about the internet. You have to go through the internet. You have to do this kind of work, but you have to do it now. Coming from a diagnosis, an integrated diagnosis, community diagnosis that shows the preferences and needs and interests of the population. From that point, we can create a strategy of what is going to be the development of sports, physical education, recreation, and physical activity in Brazil. If you need help, I would like to dare to tell you that you can count on with Mexico, with Colombia, and everything, obviously, with Cuba. Here we are, open to help to anything that you might need, because this is I would say it's a serious issue, because, well, we have fewer people practicing physical activity, more investment in medicine, right? This is a creation of an economic problem for the country as well. That's my point of view. And, the help offer is still up. Education has to be integral. There are maybe currents, certain currents that go to certain trends for electronics, marketing, etc. And this doesn't have anything to do with physical education, but, maybe they cancel philosophy, not just physical education, to stick this kind of subject. And there's the need that needs to be established, and the petitions that need to be formulated in each government. And I think that this kind of effort is very important, especially to bring to light, talking about the positive influence. There could be many negative things in several aspects, even in sports. But let's talk about the positive things. What can we do to improve and to become better as a human society? One of the models that we worked with in Colombia and in Bogotá is the participation, which first the recognition of right. Somehow all citizens know that they have this right, so they can claim it. And second is how you bring access for these citizens to exert this right, to take And we've already won because not all constitutions recognize sports as a fundamental right and social right for all citizens. This is why I asked you, I understood it too, because in Colombia, in our political constitution, Articles 52 declares that sports, the right to sports, as a right that every Colombian citizen has. But, after the citizens recognize it, obviously they need tools to know how they can have access to this right. And the access to this right is not just through the state bodies. Is something that we've learned in the last 25 years of our sports law, is that it's not just the state through the institutions and the Ministry of Sports, but there are a lot of other organizations that allow citizens to exert that right, with partnerships with the private institutions that as educational institutions, gyms, neighborhood gyms, big chains of gyms that promote fitness and physical activity, and which will also promote and allow in areas regarding whether their economic, education, and social conditions, they may be able to have access to that right. So this is like an ecosystem that is not solely a state responsibility, but the state is the leader in order to kind of give access through regulations and strategic partnerships, and let's say how the educational institutions are impacted for citizens from childhood to high adults. They can have this ensured right, and how they guarantee the access, whether through a state program or partnerships with private organizations.
So just to finish, I think that in practice, theory shouldn't ever be different. So this is the lesson for us to learn. Thank you very much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I think it was beautiful to finish this table with this cooperation offer, because that's it, sharing models, good practices, and opening for the dialogues to create a future with the return in human development as we want, for a peace culture, as Larissa mentioned in the beginning. Thank you very much. Well, I'll ask you to remain on the stage. I would like to thank you for your presence. Unfortunately, we don't have too much time because we should talk about it for like a month. Thank you all for your participation. I would just like to tell you that Larissa has this book, this very nice one. Girls Also Play Soccer. He wrote that with Natalia Sevati, and she would like to talk to Paula Alvarado. Give it to Paula because she talked about the female soccer engagement. So that's fair that she receives the book. So if you are online on YouTube, we'll have a 15-minute break. It's a shorter one. And everybody with me, Move Congress 2022 will be back soon. So we are back. Well, here I am for the second round of our MOVE Congress Latin America 2022, and I'd like to know what you think about it. Are you enjoying it? Yeah, it's perfect. We've been here since Friday at Sesc here, so we are enjoying every minute. Thank you, Sesc here. Thank you, Sesc Rio, Sesc São Paulo, Huesca. Are you anxious for some lecture at this table? So I'm here waiting for Etienne. What about you? Are you anxious for whom? I am anxious about the end because we'll talk a lot about Sesc, so we need to value our home. I'm pretty happy. So did you enjoy the Congress? Yes, I did, and I'll tell you, inspiration is the word I can take from here. Yeah, it's been very inspiring to all of us. So to finish our Congress Move Latin America 2022, we'll now talk about sport and human development, sports for national peace, with wonderful athletes of in the history of the national sport. So to start talking about sports as a transformation agent, I invite the first woman to win a gold medal in swimming. She was one of the most women in Brazil and founder of the institute with her name. And by the way, recently, she has taken the best best score as a female coach. So she came here with a lot of medals and trophies. Please, Etienne Medeiros, the floor is yours. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Thank you, guys. Good morning. Thank you very much for the applauses. Can I choose? Okay, yeah, I'll be standing because there's a lot to talk here. But first of all, thank you for the invitation. It's a huge pleasure to be here with wonderful people. I'll be beside great references in sports. I am the youngest, the cutest, so please be patient because I'll be opening this panel, but I'll bring to you something very special that besides being an active athlete, as our hostess said, last week I was in one of the most important competitions, the second Brazilian Championship, and after a year of having surgery, I could come back and represent well my country, despite all the circumstances that were very hard to me. And last week I could win 3 gold medals. I could be a high-level, high-performance athlete again. Thank you very much. And it's very nice because it feeds our souls, our performance, our hearts, and everything. And this is what I'll bring to you today, something that inspires me every day. That's why I train every day and search for to reach my goals. And this is one thing that makes me wondering to be in the Olympic Games and in swimming, because today we'll talk about sports and human development. And this institute is what inspires me, and this is my social project that is in Recife. This is Instituto Etienne Medeiros. This is a little bit of my story, my legacy, what I will leave to swimming and to our sports. I love this crazy life of being a sports player. I know everyone here knows how challenging it is to work with the sports. But anyways, who is Etienne Medeiros? Well, Etienne has a lot of awards and results. I was the first world champion in 2014, and I won the first gold Olympic medal in swimming. Brazil had never had a gold medal, so in Toronto I could do it, and in Lima as well. In 2019, I was elected one of the most influent women in Brazil. In 2016, I guess, when I could compete in the Olympic finals here in Rio. It was a very special moment. But I think that all results are are the results that I can count, and I lived all that, but today I'm a very different person after all these results. Today I understand myself going much beyond that, with all the perspectives that our federations and committees and people and families have. So today I see that we have place of speech and I have it as a woman in sports, in society, a black woman, a woman that besides living with a black, half of the family being black and the other half being white, so they don't know how to deal with that. So I'm still under construction in the sense, but I'm also a very strict woman with where I live. So I'm from the Northeast. This is my culture. This is my home. And this is what I talk about. And I also talk about a chronic disease that has no cure, that is asthma. So I have all these problems. And that's why I talk about it, despite all the results that I had. So we are always under construction, but whenever I have a chance to speak, I take the subject to discussions and dialogues, families, colleagues, whatever situation I'm in. And I could see there was a lot of potential to bring society to this kind of discussion, because I found out that I love to talk about it. So in 2018, I could deal with some people and support network to have my first campaign, completely beneficial, to donate everything to people who faced breast cancer. So this was the first campaign I created. It was against breast cancer, in favor of people who face this difficulty. So this is when I produced this paint caps with the logo, and I called influencers to talk about it in the sports world, and it was a boom in terms of helping people and showing what we can do for that. So in 2019, I made a partnership with João Gomes, that is the world medalist as well. He had the best result in our swimming in 2016. He's a wonderful guy. And in 2019, we worked together now with the Blue Cap for prostate cancer. So for 2 months, we worked on this campaign, and the income was 100% given to a hospital. Then I wanted to have a squeeze in the end of 2019 when I gathered all my strength to look at swimming and asthma. So I brought discussions about the disease with partner doctors and people who knows what is to be an athlete and have asthma, so I can be a high performance athlete despite treating my asthma. So this was the kickoff for my desire to create this institute. And now in the social context, according to the UN program, we see that 12% is the number of white people practicing more physical activities than white people. 28% of chances of men practicing more sports than women. Only 30% of the population is active, just for you to have an idea of the general scenario. Only 30% of the population, the Brazilian population, is active. And people with more than 5 minimum wages in income practice 2 times more exercises than people with less income. So now this is the economic aspect of our society. Considering all that, I brought people to debate and to discuss where we can go, who we can talk to, which communities, who are the people we'll talk to, and this was one of the reasons for the ETIENE Medeiros Institute to exist. There we change the lives of kids and teenagers in vulnerable situations with educational, sports, and cultural activities. Today we have 150 kids, and we give them access to education, culture, and sports. And one of our goals is to have a greater percentage of girls and black girls. And the mission of the Institute is fight for gender equality, fight racism, and social responsibility with respect and caring. Our commitment is to care, is to have education and sports as a tool to change the society. This is one of the legacies I would like to leave to sports. This is one of the things that all those results made me think and decide to talk about social transformation. I'll show you a nice video. It's a very touching video, quite interactive regarding our goal in the institution. Can I play it?
Existe muita força e vida na água. O mar é transtorno e calmaria. Tudo ao mesmo tempo. O rio é vida, é resistência. E aqui em Recife temos tudo isso. O encontro das águas que se mistura com a minha história, que se mistura com o sonho, que começou com o mergulho.
A importância do Instituto ETIENE Medeiros
está chegando aqui em Recife, é a gente ter mais uma instituição, né, pensando nesse crescimento e desenvolvimento das crianças que não teriam oportunidade de estar participando de eventos esportivos, de ter acesso ao esporte, né? No Instituto ETIENE Medeiros as crianças vão encontrar, antes de tudo, um ambiente seguro, né? Elas vão se sentir à vontade para serem elas mesmas. Então elas vão encontrar, como eu falei, um ambiente positivo, vão encontrar profissionais bem preparados para recebê-los em todos os aspectos, técnico, aspects of sports and also in the social aspect. We have a wonderful swimming pool in a water park that is wonderful. So our main focus here today, as we are starting the work in the institute, is to train people. In the future, I imagine that I will be a swimmer or also a coach. I want to keep swimming. It's not only about medals or that. It's that what we are living together, what we are learning. I understand that the Institute came to change the lives of athletes, the boys and girls.
Eu vejo daqui a 10 anos
in 10 years,
lugar que possa
I think that it will be a place not only to welcome new kids, but also to take new professionals to other places.
E fomentando nessa parte educacional,
eu
vejo uma potência.
But here I see power in the institute. It is my home today. This is something that I created with all the professionals that are there giving their love as well.
So every time I see this, there's a movie goes through my head because these guys were the first students that we had in our institute. That teacher who talked about in the beginning, he saw me when I was a little girl. So in our institution, we tried to bring people together that were part of this process and this career. So Antonio is the coach, the highest coach of our methodology and our teaching. And 2 days ago, one of the girls who were in this video were in João Pessoa swimming in Northeast, and she got the bronze medal. So, you know, it's a great achievement for us. And Our project has the goal to reach 3 SDGs provided by UN. Number 4, education, quality education. Number 5 and number 10, quality education, gender equality, and the reduction of inequalities. I am the founder in the team. I don't like this picture because I think it looks a little bit not so much, but we have to have someone to be the face of the company and responsible for the purpose, although it's a lot of people. This is the administrative body of the organization. Mayara is the editor. That's my right arm, as well as Jamilson Medeiros. He's my brother. So he was one of our dreams to create the institute, and I think the high-performance athletes nowadays, if they don't have someone as their right arm to help them not only in their careers but also other dreams, it's really difficult in Brazil to move things forward. So there's somebody there that, helps me move everything forwards and it stimulates me to put into practice things that we thought about. We have the pedagogical part, Daisy, Marina, Rafael, and Marino. There are the teachers that make things happen within the pool. And we have the people outside of the pool, and then we have the people led by Antonio Contino and people that are poolside. I don't know, she was a triathlete. She was in the organization of Rio de Janeiro Games, and all of these guys are 100% from Pernambuco. So we are trying to bring people together related to our land and our purpose. There's a few of our actions. This is a few pictures of our activities. On the right, you can see, for example, a classroom. I'm going to show you something in the afternoon. These are a few of the interactions that we do there on a daily basis. In our institution, we have the 100% access, which is educational swimming, and the other one is like high-performance swimming. That's the girl who was connected to the high-performance part. And in our institute, there is a state park, and the pool that I competed 2 weeks ago, so it was completely transformed. I was extremely happy for the event. But there we do swimming classes. We do Tuesdays and Thursdays, and then Wednesdays and Fridays, and the mornings and afternoons, twice a week for swimming, the school monitoring, yoga and abilities workshop, diversity, microtrans diversity. And in high performance, it's completely different. They have swimming classes 6 times a week, school monitoring, and nutritional guidance as well. Here is the knowledge space in the Santos Dumont Park. We have other institutes there. In this room, we have an interaction with the Generation 4 Institute, which is from Didier. He used to play beach soccer, and he has over 300 girls. He works specifically with girls, and then we joined both institutes so we could have this exchange of students and professionals in our institutions. Here's a few of the things that we started noticing. There's a picture there that's not there. Sometimes a lot of people, whether they come from sports, we say that they are multiple, so they said, I didn't want to have a swimming class. I would like to have a educational game class, and we could see that maybe sometimes we can influence them not to do sports necessarily, but something else. There we go. When we work with families as well, we try to bring the parents closer to the daily routines and try to understand their family context, because it reflects how we approach the child and talk to them about some specific topics, introduce some other topics to them. And there are some family gatherings that we always try to do, trying to, talk to very different socio-economical backgrounds, and this is really nice. But for this to happen, we need to have several partners. There are several people behind it. I am thankful, extremely thankful, because 2 years now that I've had this institute. We have a master's, which is Votorantim Bank. On our side, it's going to be for a year. Palma, EV3, and Aikini. There are our partners that believed in our project. And we're here in Brazil, and we know how things here work. And we try to make it happen. So I myself try to, bring it out, because the social projects are not easy to bring to life. You have to have a very strong purpose. But we try to do something with the internet as well, for YouTube and everybody that's accessing and watching our programming here. It's from the MOVE Congress 2022. The Institute also has some social media participation, trying to bring people together through the internet, because generally in the institution we also have debates. And so I brought a little bit about my process and how I try to develop and try to create a better sports, better environments, a better society. And the institution has just started. It doesn't have a lot of time. We have to learn a lot still, but I still believe that the athletes nowadays, high-performance athletes, somehow have to be open, have to be diverse, and use the power, the marketing power that they have, whether it's a Pernambuco state medal or a gold medal. They have to bring people together where they come from. This is something that I'm trying to do where I come from. The institution is a legacy that I try to leave for our sport, and I hope that you are very welcome in Recife whenever you go. Our doors are open to see our institute, to visit, and to incentivize and maybe try to learn more about the institution. We will talk a little bit more about in the end, but this is what I tried to leave for Brazilian sport. Thank you. Thank you, Etienne. Congratulations for your accomplishments and for your initiatives. They are really important for all of us. Now, continuing, let me talk to this camera, because I haven't spoken to this camera now. Let's talk a little bit from pool to management, the woman in the sports career. I'm going to invite the former swimmer who was the president of the Flamengo club, and today she works at FEComércio RJ, Patrícia Amorim. Patrícia, you have the floor. Well, I'm going to go really close because I'm going to go fast. Good morning to everybody. Do you have the slide passer? What I got to do is just push. So I'm going to start from the beginning. Hold on. Let me go back. The title is because I come from very previous generations from Etienne. She's like the icing on the cake where we, once we dreamed about reaching. Imagine in 1988 when I reached the Olympic Games, that was when the Constitution in Brazil determined or officialized that women are the same as men, because until that point we were not considered in terms of rights equal to men. So imagine seeing Etienne, those who fought in the 70s and 80s, and realize how much it was worth. I would like to have said before, I wouldn't have been so emotional about it. So I started swimming when I was 3 years old for asthma as well, asthma reasons. And when I was 5, I crossed the Guanabara Bay swimming. And from that point forward, a few possibilities opened up in my life. I used to study in a public school in the army called the Estácio de Sá, Army School for Physical Education. But then I started, showing up in the scenario. I gained a scholarship for a private school. Those stories that are very common in Brazil. And from that point forward, I understood that I could swim faster and get a few things too. I was the middle daughter, so I wanted my mom's attention because my sister was already a champion and she would travel to the Brazilian national team, and obviously I wanted to call my mom's attention, and I realized that something was different. I had already been a Brazilian champion for 50 meters. There was like a junior Brazilian championships, and I was a national champion at that time. It was not easy, obviously. It was not simple, summarizing into a few words, but it's extremely difficult to wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning in a country where women were not recognized and acknowledged. Sports women were not were frowned upon. We would get like broad shoulders, get stronger. We would not fit the beauty pattern, you know. Nowadays, it's much more common to see women with sculptural bodies, but at the time it wasn't. I started competing, and I love this because I was really skinny like that one day, so I love this picture. I was an athlete, so I put that picture because I thought it was amazing. My kids don't believe it, but I used to look like that. I was an athlete, a high-performance athlete. A little sad about that because there was an indexes to reach. It was very hard to get to the Olympic Games. There was no criteria. I'm talking about 1984. I was 15 years old at the time, and I had participated in the Latin Cup. I had been second. The Italian was the first, and the Mexican and third were in the Los Angeles Games. It would have been easier to be in the final, but I had no way to get it. No, it was only men. There was 16 years of absence until 4 years later, with a very difficult political fight, arguing with directors and accusations and things like that. Adriana and Salazar and myself, we were able to get the index for the 200 and 800, and Adriana got for the 50 meters, and they created basically the turns, and then there was 16 years where women were not present in the Olympic Games. That's my coach.
I think it's important to talk about it because we survived, we resisted, we didn't give up. So when we see now Etienne and Marcela, we see that it was all worth it. We didn't know back then because it's a lot of pain, a lot of sacrifice. It was not professional. We were extremely amateur and lonely. But today, we talk about it easily. There's no trauma. So the role of the idol, and I would like to bring that. First women's medal in the aquatic marathon here in Rio, and she was swimming very well in the swimming pool. I've always thought that she could get there, but it was just my feeling, wondering for that. But whenever she had difficulties, I sent her fax. So can you imagine how old we are? And she has my faxes saved there. And I only knew that when I bought her book and I saw that she wrote a whole chapter on that. And I said, my God, all that was worth it. I inspired an Olympic athlete to get a medal. And from that on, there was the acknowledgement of not being an Olympic athlete, but I could hold the torch in the Pan American Games and in the Olympic Games. So these are 200 meters that we have absolute joy there. I can't even describe. It's very fast. Only your family and your friends see that you are there during that period. In my case specifically, it was raining a lot, so only my husband and kids were there, but I was feeling as I was the most important person in the world. And what is important to say here is this career transition and people like Etienne, who is still working, she's still a winner. She's very humble, but she's faced that very fastly. But last week she not only won, but she was the best score in the individual results. This is the closest to a world record, for example. So she's not an ordinary nobody. She's the swimmer. She's all that. She doesn't say that, but I do. and with all the militants and being reaching the kids of the doorways, and I was taking some kids there, and some talented kids were swimming there, and it called a lot of attention back then, and I thought that it could be something that would give me some votes. So I was elected for the city hall twice, and I faced that. I had this political moment, and it's important to understand this career transition because it seems that it's all easy. But no, I was elected because I worked hard. I was acknowledged because otherwise people believe that there is some background to support me. I mean, my mother worked on that, and my sister was saying, come on, do I have to leave home to vote for you? Well, that was the situation back then, but 10 years ago, okay? And another brief story in my life is that besides all that, I had 20 years of public life, and at some point, when the legacy was there and nobody wanted, well, I was not in the public life anymore, but discussing with other people, they said, well, there is no one to take care of the Olympic legacies because we had a lot of scandals here and people arrested, and who wants to be the face of an obscure situation? And I said, okay, let's go. This is the big challenge. So as you can see, in Deodoro, there is the Radical Park with millions of liters of water. So when I arrived there, believing that I knew what a swimming pool was, I saw a lot of machines. All of them were computed. And people said that only one person in the world could use that equipment. So it's always like this. Nobody does, nobody can, but you will go there and you multiply, you spread the knowledge. And well, the park is there so far, but it was a great challenge to reopen that park. But more than that, it was the athletes' forest. Etienne knows, I don't know if she was there in the opening, but in that moment, we had some seeds to plant there because we would have the athletes' forest. When the Olympics was over, we had some companies that, some seeds and plants that belonged to a company, and the city hall had to pay for that, but there was no contract. No one was responsible for that. So there was no strict obligation. There was just the moral obligation, and nobody would care for that. So one day, the inspection court, tax court, they said, well, you have to pay 1.3 million reais. And I said, well, I won't do that because there is no obligation for that. We need to find a way out. So I had an agreement with the Secretary of Environment back then, and we could get all the environmental debts with all the construction companies and all of them to pay for that. So the more than 13,000 seeds are planted there in the Radical Park in Deodoro. So people say that you need to write a book, plant a tree. So I planted more than 13,000. So I guess I played my part. So I had another challenge in Flamengo Club. So I left my comfort zone. I am in the basket and volleyball federation. I can't even remember everything. Only swimming, I won't do anything because I won't discuss politics in swimming because otherwise I won't have any friends anymore. So in swimming, I'm okay, so I don't want anything to disturb that. So I arrived to Flamengo, I was elected, and once again, there was no money, there was bankruptcy, and I was there to be part of the board, and I ended up winning the elections. So people think it's easy, but I arrived in Flamengo in 1976. Then today, I am a great partner, and to me it was the greatest award. So I was charged of everything. I had no lawsuit against me, but in the end they say, well, it was nothing personal, and I said, no, obviously not. You know, if you hit, you forget, but if you are hit, you never forget it. So today, Landim, the president, is there in an emerit position. Bandeira is been emerit, so I'm 20 years ahead. So you have to catch me. Just kidding. Etienne is there. Because sometimes we are always worried about soccer, but we have rowing and we have basketball, we have volleyball. Okay, there was no trauma to be there, you know. As a board member, I didn't disturb you, right? So that's okay. Some accomplishments in the base soccer team. People said, oh, you invited Ronaldinho to here. I don't know if people think it's good or bad. I don't know if I was responsible in that game 5-4. So if I had Júlio Paquetá and Viseu, I don't know if it was good or bad. But now we have an agreement with Vinícius Júnior, probably because it wasn't that bad, right, at Sesc. So this is a report, some report in the New York Times. They talk about women in soccer, so it was very nice. And even better was to give some uniform to the most powerful person at that moment and break some paradigms, because I couldn't move because there were snipers. I could only be there standing still. I couldn't even give him the shirt. I could barely speak English, and I had to be alone. So the way I found out was to think, well, who am I in this world? And the White House was, I was there in the White House, and I have to deliver that. So you can't ask for an autograph, take pictures, or give the gift. So I said, I will do everything. I'll hand him the jersey and take pictures. And then I wore that, and I said, well, you are the new player. Do you want it? And I said, no. And said, you want to. So I took it off and gave it to him. So these are things that we need to break the protocol sometime. You know, being a woman in Brazil, we need to break many paradigms and many times dare to do things according to some limits, okay? But my work today in Sesc and Senac is to inspire people to write more and to think more and to go beyond limits sometimes. And I thank you, MôNICA, for the partnership and the patience that all your team had. Let me see, André, Gabriel, Fernando, Aline, Helena. Okay, I forgot many names, so I'll stop here. Thank you all for welcoming me so well, and that's my role, is to open doors and kick some off so that we can work faster. So I think this quote of Mandela says everything, that sports and culture has a wonderful power of changing. We need to change people, concepts, evolve, and reach a future that is in real time, in globalized times. And this is huge. I'm 53 years old, and I have some difficulties to follow that. I have 4 kids. It's not easy to deal with all of that. Sometimes something goes wrong. We forgot kids at school. There are things like that because we are humans. But the most important point, and I will repeat what we heard from Joel J. on Friday, it's not inheritance is not what we leave to the kids, it's what we live in kids. So what we could somehow do, if it inspired or helped some athlete to be where they are. Imagine, to me, my kids were recording that when Ana Marcela is swimming and I follow the competition and they change places and it's very tiring, 2 hours of competition, and she wins. The feeling is that I was the winner and they were recording me, and it shows me that it was all worth it. I'm sorry if I'm crying, but thank you. She deserves all the applause. This is not inheritance. This is the legacy. It's very nice to see you like this, Patricia, and it's very important to talk about the possibility of women be in different places, and you proved that, and it's growing day by day. Wow, we need heart for this panel, huh? Okay, so let's go on. Did I forget anything? No, okay. We are not old. We are just younger for a longer time. Come on. There is no old people here. So now to talk about Sesc plus sports, I invite to the stage our twice a winner in volleyball, Giovane Gávio. Welcome. Good morning, good afternoon.
Hello, I'm very happy to be here. Very glad. Wow, Patricia, thank you very, very much for, setting the ball for me to spike. You've already fired people up here, and I think this is the power of sports, right? To keep people enthusiastic and make them find some feelings or nice experiences and use them for their lives. And Mr. Moyes, how do you say this? Mr. Moyes, thank you very much. This is a fantastic initiative in this movement. And Maria Luisa, where's Maria Luisa? Thank you, dear. Representing Isca, Fernando over here, representing Regina and our Queiroz, our dear Queiroz. MôNICA representing GLA, that's the leisure management where I'm a part of and very glad to be so for the last 6 years. And I think I'd like to thank Gabrielle, Andre, everybody who has been nominated by Patricia, because this is our daily routine. And talking about Regina became a great inspiration for me, someone who was harsh on me at times because she wanted a different Giovane, and she contributed a lot to my transformation and to my growth, and I'm extremely thankful, eternally thankful to her for that, because we always in life keep reinventing ourselves and becoming better people, and whenever I can, I always like to become a better version of myself. I think that's my greatest challenge and should be everyone else's challenge, because life starts making sense that way when we get stagnant and get still and happy with what we already reached. We start losing a lot of emotions, losing touch, and stop living things that are very important. Now at Sesc, I live many of these emotions, especially when I see emotion in other people. So we're part of a high-performance team. I always like to say that because even though we work with kids, youths, adults, we are always performing high, because it's not just because it's a 7-year-old that's playing and practicing physical activity that they are doing it somehow diligently or not diligently. They're doing the best they can. And I think that that's higher performance too. Our understanding when we have our partners is that we are always trying to do high performance. It's not because it's a professional volleyball team. We have high performance all day long. And perhaps this is my main role here in Sesc, is to inspire people and show everyone that yes, it is possible. You can do it. It's hard work, and you need to abdicate on a lot of things. Yes, you do. Patricia said a lot of things. Imagine how her life was to reconcile 4 kids, education, the care of 4 children, with sport and with all the other activities and the meditation that she was involved in. And myself as well, I've got 4 kids, and I sometimes leave them, I don't spend time with them, which is sometimes a fuel for me, because when I step my foot out the door, I say, I got to do my best. And when I always want to be the best in the world at what I'm doing at the moment, because then it is worth the time that I'm away from them. This is my way of thinking, my way of acting. And now, being 52 years old, my great purpose is to inspire other people to improve their own performance and accomplish their dreams and make them understand. And I would like to instigate you too here that it is worth it. We look back, we participated in so many beautiful events and the transformative events, and one of the things that we do extremely well done is exactly that. We are a part of a Sesc plus Sport, More Sport, which is a project that had the inspiration in the volleyball net. We used the net. It was an obstacle, said, but there was something beyond that net that people in the creation here are extremely good. So the net is something that we play with the net. It's not just an object standing there. It's something that empowers us, that makes our arms reach further, and makes us reach other possibilities and other places that make us stronger and stronger. And so we build stories in leisure. We use sports as health, culture, education, which are the pillars of Sesc, as a way to bring together these pillars, strengthen them, and create networks. And check it out. Look at that. Look at this slide. I loved it. We're part of something extremely big. This is extremely nice to take this brand in my chest. Not only the brand, but all the transformational possibility for the lives of people. This is amazing. This is my life mission. This is my real purpose. When I look at that, I see, wow, we built a sports policy where we act within our units, and we have athletes that inspire other people to send their stimulation, their inspiration to other people. And we start doing these arenas. Like, for example, imagine if you get like a little bit of the Sesc unit and take it somewhere you want. There are several partners that we have in the shoppings and other spaces, like in the city hall, in squares, where we take what we have, the best things we have, which is our teachers and our knowledge and our possibilities, wherever we want. Look, it's a great net. And we develop several actions, several moments with them. Now we started creating the athletic scholarship, because they need stimulation. They need stimulus. If we don't build the idols of the future, how will they possibly inspire this society that needs references? So Sesc thought that perhaps they could take on this responsibility by helping athletes in this really harsh challenge of daily improving their performance little by little. I'm very glad to be where I am today, and glad to be able to donate a little bit of my story. You know, I think I want to reach 90 years old. I don't know how many years God is going to give me, but when I look back, I don't want to see my 2 medals hanging from my wall and nothing else, right? I don't want to see just the beautiful home or beautiful car that I might have. I think it's a part of the package, you know, to make money and have material goods. I have nothing against that. I'm okay with that. But this cannot be the main purpose of my life. I want to look back and see how much transformation I brought into people's lives, how much I inspired them to accomplish their lives, because I left the countryside of Minas Gerais in Juiz de Fora. I had the dream of being the best volleyball player in the world, and everybody thought I was crazy. They thought I was extremely optimistic. And then I just went out there. I trained. I basically beat myself. The challenges that everybody has of one day the teacher says, Giovanni, you're not going to be able to be a good volleyball player. He said just like that. He said that way. And he said, you can't get the ball to fit your hand. And I was starting to understand. He was testing me. He said, hey, but teacher, will it never fit? And he said, I don't know. It depends on you. Look what a great conversation we had. So let me show you that this ball will fit my hand eventually. It took a while. About 10 years for me to get the proper positioning for it to fit. And then look how nice now. That World Championship serve that I did, I scored the last point in the 2002 World Championship. It did not hit my hand. I was 20 years trying to get it in the correct spot, but in one of the most moments, he got like on the side and it went to the line directly. And sometimes we spend your whole life trying to make it fit the right position. And then in '93, I was voted the best volleyball player in the world. Was it great? Yes, it was incredible. It's a great accomplishment. In 1994, we played the World Championship. Was the best in the world enough to be champions? No. I couldn't help Brazil to be champions. In 1994, having been the best volleyball player in the world. Many things happened since. And after that, and in 2002, what was I? I had a different role. I was the best bench in the world. There, I was enough to help them win the championship. So you see, the best in the world can't help, but the best bench can. The importance of everybody, of the collective, of the roles in the team, when we understand what our role is and what we do, then we transform. This is why I'm extremely happy and comfortable being here, because I understand what my role is here today, and I think this is the greatest thing about it, is that I can contribute to the greater good of something, like Moni, like Fernando, like everybody else. We have different important roles, just like you guys, that dedicated time in your lives to be here on a Sunday morning where you could be doing anything else, but you're here. So thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much for being a part of these moments. And I think this is the cool thing about this, because we need these kinds of things. Congratulations for the initiative when you went to Europe and brought Fernando this idea for us. Thank you, everybody, for this attention, because we need this. We need to debate the importance of sports to society and how it can be a transformational tool for us in several different situations. Learning to lose, learning to win, learning to respect rules, learning to respect our companions, the adversaries, and ourselves, and our own limits. I think this is what the sports that I like. This is the sports flag that I raise. It's a transformational sport, and that transforms an entire continent and the whole world. And that today here we leave much stronger than last Tuesday, because several people were here in this arena leaving a little bit of their story and a little bit of their sweat and their tears and of their abdication, because abdicating the time spent with people in your lives, spending their bodies and their times to build something here today. And I think this is brilliant. It's great to be a part of this whole movement. Let's move, because I think that this is the greatest message that we would like to leave to our society. Let's move our bodies, breathe, sweat, do physical activities, because we will certainly be a better society, okay? Thank you very much for your attention.
Muchas gracias, Giovanni. Por favor, quédate en el escenario, porque ahora vamos a empezar.
I would like to ask you the kindness of staying on stage, please. Could you please join Etienne, girls, Patricia, and as a mediator of this starry table, the former Taekwondo athlete and member of the Commission of Athletes of the and Advocacy Director of Athletes for Brazil, Diogo Silva. Thank you. Please join them as a moderator. Yeah, there's no presentation, right? I'm scared of these chairs that where you sit and they bob. Are these good? Are you sure? What happens if this thing goes wrong? Good afternoon, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here with you. Wow, this seems like Roda Viva, right? I think this is incredible. coming after these three great beasts of sports. Production, please don't do that to me anymore. You're gonna kill me. This is like an octagon, man. I feel home right now because I have these great idols of sports for international sports. You know, it's not only just national level, and we have a lot of stories in common that they talk to us about and they brought to us. And there's one thing that is very classic in an athlete or a former athlete, which is modesty. I was considered the best in the world, but it was, you know, something that happened just in a year. I'm the best in the world, and I'm like, wow, the best producer, the best programmer, administrator, and we can't even do this within our own company sometimes, right? Imagine being the best in the world at something. And these athletes, I think this is this a development that we need to have, because we are always in that intense search of results and titles, that we forget sometimes that, you know, we think about the next victory and the next victory and the next victory, and we don't really see the size of the whole thing and the perspective of everything that we've been able to achieve, and the people that are seeing us, because people who are at the pitches or at the pools, they have a limited vision, but the people who are on TV, the whole world is watching us on TV.
So this is how we can reach people as athletes. And we also need to think about the human side that each one brings, and think about the work, like, for example, Etiene's work of taking her image in proud of the health of the population. This is the great power of the athlete. They go beyond the results and the benefits that the result will bring. But when we see an athlete in campaigns against breast cancer, it impacts people that maybe didn't take their exams, or will say, oops, I need to check that out. So when the athlete gets closer on their image and proud of the society, this is a great victory, a great medal. So bring what Patricia mentioned here to us, that is when we fight for something that goes beyond your time. So her conquer comes 20, 30 years later. The search for those Olympic Games is worth that time. So this is our human capital. This is the place where athletes are quite powerful, because the results will then decrease. You see that when we win a medal, it seems that it's giant. 30 years later, it seems small. I saw the trophy that Alisson won in the athletes competition, and I said, wow, is this real diamond? Because it's a crystal ball, and my medal seems so small when I compare to his trophy. And over time, these medals, these trophies, they decrease their size, but our results in favor of society and bringing our image to the nation is what will make them bigger and make this career transition something permanent. Because Eder Joffre, that has reached his 90-year target, if it is a target, I don't know, but if I get there, why not? Okay, we need sport for everyone to reach that, right? And this is what we are discussing, the possibility of sport for everyone, going beyond medals. We are talking about the aging of the world population, and they need continuous sports, because at age 60, we are not considered what we were 30, 40 years ago. And for that, sports must follow that. So in your words, the perception comes from modesty of big results that sometimes are taken as something common, and it's not, because it may even bring frustration to the person who wants to see and be something big. And it's not that easy, but it's possible, because we came from the countryside, from the peripheries, from places of non-acceptance of women in sports, and it's been 30 years since women started competing. So 30 years ago, women couldn't even compete, and this is a huge accomplishment, and this is what we'll talk about today. And I'm pretty sure you have questions. I would like to know. Okay, microphone, can we take the mics there? Okay, nice. Good afternoon. I am Clarice, yoga teacher here at Sesc, this unit, Copacabana. And first, I would like to congratulate and thank, I don't know, I have to do both things. And yesterday, I was presenting a work on the importance of yoga in breast cancer. And my question is to all the speakers, but mainly to Etienne. What inspired you to have this campaign and what you learned the most? And to all of you, if you could send a message to strengthen the aspects of sports and physical exercises and physical activities that you believe will change women and facing breast cancer, but as Giovanni resignified everything, maybe this high performance to overcome a disease, what you believe about sports and physical activity that can strengthen, what is this aspect? Thank you very much. Well, we thank you. We can only thank you for the question. Well, first of all, I was raised in a family in which the parents have always stimulated this helping the others until now. I mean, yesterday I was in my parents' home and this discussion of being human and getting close and feeling and value, this is quite clear in my family. And in this sense, obviously, we have a family with 16 uncles and aunts and 40 cousins, so dealing with many health issues and economic and social issues is common. So I had situations in which I lost aunts due to breast cancer, but the idea of this point, I was in doubt about talking about breast cancer or asthma. So that's why I decided asthma. So the goal is to focus on what I had and all the discussions in the family to value the image that I had at the moment after the Olympics. So it was to practice what I learned at home, and this was generated by compassion and love and the need I had. And right after that, I had a strong situation that made me stop and think if I would keep swimming. I don't know if you know what is carcinoma. I almost lost my brother and also my mother. This is a neuro disease, so getting closer to health care is something close to me. And it was very natural. It's not a single aspect. Everything is very natural in trying to get closer to the aspect of the athlete and the power that I have with these discussions. In the sense of what you said about stimulating everything, maybe we can say that sport changes. And it is life. It is connection. It is, to me, it is everything today. So it may seem strange, but to me, sports is everything. It's polemic. It's the misery we see on streets today. I think it's a very comprehensive word. So this is the power of cure as well, you know? So this is my opinion. This is what I believe. I would just compliment that one of the most nicest thing in life is to serve. When we learn to serve, it's nice. Sports have an important role in this sense. Many people sometimes that are impacted by actions that happen, mainly when they see something, when they have some kind of campaign happening and they see sports touching. So you're watching TV and maybe you see a campaign like this one about cancer. So they say, well, I'll test it tomorrow. So they are impacted by it. I think this is our role as well of being taken information and discussions and different ways of thinking. So we end up being a transformation agent simply because we are dressed in yellow or pink or in blue, and it makes people think that we need to be careful. So this is the role of sports idols in many situations, and sports have engaged that. We are taking this role and this responsibility. Just to finish, sports is health, and there is a mathematical relation. So athletes are ambassadors, at least to people. Well, we are not talking about lesions and difficulties, but they are the ambassadors of good health. Today, we know that it's not always, but sometimes we are ambassadors of good things, and the tolerance is greater about people in terms of taking information when it comes from athletes. That is something really sincere. The result of an athlete is the result of hard work and a long attempt to do that, so people understand that being something is impactful. So I think this is exactly what Giovanni and Etienne said. There is this immediate relation. And this is very interesting what we are discussing here, because when we are in high performance, we are on an isolated place, let's say. We spend a lot of time concentrated without contact with people. When yesterday I was in Rio Centro, who was there yesterday? Rio Centro? No, Rio Centro, no, Rio Cenário, I'm sorry. If you went, it was a Saturday Night Fever. Let's see, who was there? Drinking caipirinha? Do you like caipirinha? Good. So the possibility of being with people is very enriching, because athletes had the fame of heroes, and I don't know who invented that, but they gave us this title. We are heroes, but the heroes are perfect. They make no mistakes. But when we see an athlete getting touched and talking about their fears and traumas, sometimes it's disturbing about what's going on, and we need to demystify this idea of the athlete being a hero, because we are humans, and there will be a moment that the pressure will be so huge that we want to abandon everything, just like everyone else who doesn't want to go to work one day. One day we believe we won't be able to do everything. As athletes, we have this feeling. The difference is that there's a camera over us telling all our results, and we can't fail. But we are entitled to fail. We are also entitled not to be a hero. So the human side of being together with you in the restaurants and bars and in moments like that is so that you can see how all of us are real. The difference is that we improve in some skills so that we become what we are, just like you are masters in front of a computer, for example, to solve problems that we hate. And sometimes we are able to do things that some people are lazy to. That's natural. Next question. Who's next? Well, remember that it was just a hamburger and French fries at Rio Cenário, okay? At our table, okay? Good morning. I'm very happy. I was nervous to talk here. I'm very happy to participate in this event. I am Professor Augusto of Sesc Amapá in the north side of Brazil. Giovanni, Patrícia, Etienne, DIOGO, it's an honor to be here with you. And my question is quite simple. I guess everyone here dreams, and I dream a lot. I think I am a visionary, and I would like to know from you, from all of you, mainly Patrícia. Okay, here comes, right? So thank you for Ronaldinho Gaúcho, for all of them there. But have you ever imagined or dreamed that you would be here today with all these learnings, and what was your dream, and when did you realize that you could be at this moment? And I would like to know, if you can, in one word, motivate all of us here to follow you and maybe be here one day in the future to be a speaker, maybe in the next edition of this event. Well, let's start. Well, I've always dreamed, because if we don't dream, we don't accomplish anything. And I tell my kids all that. You need to deserve it, because if you don't deserve, then your dream will become a nightmare. You won't ever reach it. And first, you need to know where you want to go, what you need to do, and do more than those who accomplished did. And I don't know if in physical activities, but you need to understand if you have the skills, but you need to deserve. There is no other way. We need to train, to be disciplined, to overcome a zillion things and circumstances. And imagine Etienne swims 50 meters, but she can't have 1 meter wrong. She needs to be quite well trained to do everything right, because any mistake is fatal.
So that's a little. You have to dream it, but you also have to make it happen. You have to put in the effort. I dreamt but I also did some things that became a nightmare. So I think that you need to be more well structured and have content. And in one word, how can I inspire love? Love in everything you do. Passion is one thing, but it's love. You need to, the way you present yourself to do something, a little less commercial, less financial, and more love. It's all a result. Like financial stuff is all the result, but you gotta love what you do for more than one moment and one day, and it's something that is long-lasting for you to reach something. In sports, it's a marathon for every athlete of training and perfection. And if you're always, thinking, if you start and worry about the finish, you will get tired before. It's all step-by-step, training, planning. You might get there. You might. But if you don't dream, there's zero chance you will get there. One of the things that I would like to add is because much of what I've seen, I'm young. I started professionally at 14 years old, and I'm basically based on challenge or moved by challenge, but I'm always, my husband and physical preparer, physical coach knows how hard I am to sometimes in this routine, this crazy routine, but challenges are what moves me. My best stages were the hardest for me personally, because when I see a challenge of being, injured and trying to recover and trying to find something to grow as an opportunity to grow. So you asked, have you ever dreamed of being here speaking publicly? No, because this is the first time I ever speak in public in coming to a dream that I had, which is becoming true, that is the Institute, but it's been challenging. But, I woke up every day in the morning. The first thing that I do is my presentation. I put it like at the back of my screen, because that's the challenge. The challenge moves me. It makes me want. It's being turning around here crazy. Has already taught me about the things. What's the word that I can use? What's the way that I can express myself? And I think the dream is all fueled by challenge, and I can't put it into one word, but I think if you're scared, go with feared anyway. Even if you don't reach your dream, there's something that's going to be built from that dream. So some things propel you much beyond what you are thinking right now. To be an Olympic medalist, I went to the first, I went to the second, I was injured in the second Olympics. And there's next. Is it really this one, the medal? Or is there another dream there that I can reach? So you build it as time goes by. Like Patricia said, you know, a lot of determination and consistency. And, you know, you can't think what I have to do. For example, last week I didn't do it. I'm not going. But what can I use from that, from what happened, for me to be successful next time? I think that this is it. Augusto, let me tell you a secret. In 1992, we ate a lot of burgers. We got to Barcelona. There was a McDonald's in the Olympic Village, man. Don't you think we ate there? We ate McDonald's. We ate a lot. The physical coach was nuts. He's like, you can't do that. And he's like, you can't. It's even better now. So, ice creams with chocolate fudge on top and peanuts. What the hell? We had like 10 of those per day. Yeah. Obviously, this is not consistent, right? This is not the recommended eating habits, but it was really good, man. Our bags had more chocolate than sneakers, clothes. We started tucking food into that, and then we kept going. Yeah, dreaming is great, right? Have you? No, did you bet on the Mega Sena? You know, isn't it great just to dream about it, right? Just imagining and dreaming what I would do with that money. That would be amazing. But it's nice. Dreaming is a good thing, but I think that this is neurolinguistic programming, right? It's a mental mindset. You need a painting of what you want in your head. And for me, that is fuel, obviously. 14 years old, I had the dream of being the national team of volleyball, Olympic champion. The best of the world was like in the next year, but this is propels us and makes us move forward and wake up early in the morning and, you know, support and withstand all of the challenges that we face. And, you know, you got to work hard and put in the effort. You got to, you know, touch the ball. Like he said, go to the wall and beat the wall against the wall, the ball against the wall. And one day you're going to get it right. And I kept trying and I used to do that. And I kept imagining myself with the Brazilian national team jersey and uniform. And then when you get there, what is next, right? So there's always something later. There's always something, another moment for you to think, you know, built of a new objective. Our mind is extremely powerful. And the word that is, I think, key is enthusiasm. I think that we need to seek this state of spirit to be enthusiastic about something that we're doing and, you know, doing what we have to do and not only just think about whether it's going to go right or wrong, right? Because working out or not working out, where it brings us is a connotation that's extremely dangerous. That we sometimes, you know, go to the safety side. For example, when that serve that I tried it was extremely lucky, but you know, it was a mental construction that I did there. When we have to decide something, what do we think normally? Quickly. Yeah, you're trained. That's not worth it. 99% of people are thinking, oh, I can't make a mistake. Oh my God, I can't make a mistake, right? I can't make it wrong. I can't get it wrong. I get it wrong. If I get it wrong, we're finished, right? So when we think like that, you activate in the brain certain circuits for safety. So it's like a computer. You go into security mode, right? And what they do, it cuts a lot of functions, and you only go back to the basics. And what is our basic functions as human beings? Survival. And when we are in survival mode, we get hormones that make us stronger and to protect ourselves. But perhaps that's not the best situation when we need to have more. And then do it. And that requires enthusiasm to do it, enthusiasm to be here present now. This is maybe the greatest challenge, is living the present moment. This is the most important moment in our lives. And sometimes we're not living it. We're, you know, touching our cell phone not paying attention at the table, or we're trying to, think about something in the past, remembering something from the past, or imagining things for the future. No, that's great, but, don't forget to live the present, because now this is the most important moment. And this is when we want to change, is doing the best at every moment, at every gesture. We, little by little, become the best in the world. Step by step. Better improvement to next improvement to the next improvement. It's a better defense, a better serve, the better set. Block starts getting the right direction. It needs time, right? So, just to close, otherwise I'm going to talk a lot. I imagine I use a lot of analogies with diamonds. The rock, the precious rock. How does a carbon molecule become diamond, which is one of the hardest materials in the world and most valuable? Time, pressure, and temperature. We too are the same. We need time to reach the heights that we have to. We need the temperature to change. You can only mold iron when it's hot, and then it's enthusiasm, love, passion, and everything else that we have in our lives. And pressure. Pressure is what the attitude that we put, and the strong mindset that makes us go forward and go after the things we want. And don't stay in conformity. So let's try to shine as brightly as possible. What is the math? What is the thing? Time, pressure, and temperature, right. If my chemistry teacher had told me that, I would have passed. Now I've memorized it. Huh? And dreaming, I think. It's the machine that moves us. I was motivated by a dream that now I say, wow, that's bizarre. But when you're a kid, the bizarre things are natural. Because if you imagine, who here is from the 90s? Yeah. Who is the kid at the 90s? No. Who remembers the movie, The Great White Dragon with Jean-Claude Van Damme? Oh, the generation here. Who was the main actor? Jean-Claude Van Damme, right? And I see Jean-Claude Van Damme is 7 years old, and look, oh no. He's going like that. I'm going to do that too, right? And the dream of the boy that saw that thing on TV, little skinny boy. How do I fit into that, right? If I logically think, nowhere, right? But because I was motivated by childhood and naivety and everything that's possible, I say, it's possible. And when I got to the training, to practice, I wanted to be the best. And it says, you got thin legs. Then, yeah, because I'm fast then. And so all the characteristics that they said that were going to make it harder for me, I said, yeah, that's good. That's something that I can continue and improve, right? So that's the dream, to being here in this place with you guys. It's incredible. It's a dream. It's a great pleasure to be here with you today. Thank you. I don't know if you had the opportunity where you are from to observe, but Diogo's socks are great, right? Take a look. Wow, man. Take a look at that. My audio is back, okay. I have the worst task to ask you to finish this delicious conversation. We're extremely tight on time. Thank you very much for your participation. This fantastic, stellar team that we have. It's an honor and pleasure to have you here with us today. I'd like you to ask you to return to your seats. Everybody stand up. Come on. On three, we go. Move. 1, 2, 3, move. Come on. Everybody, stand up. Come on. Let's do this. 1, 2, 3, and move. Oh, I didn't say it. Hold on. On 3. 1, 2, 3. Move. Nice. Thank you very much, everybody. Great. Say it the way we want. We want to move. Thank you. So, girls and boys, thank you very much. We're coming to the end.
with doctorate in tourism and coordinator of WHO, the World Leisure Organization. Felipe, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to start by thanking. I think it's extremely important to have this space so that we can talk. And this is, it's not a simple word to summarize such a Congress in a few minutes, but I would like to thank Etienne. Thank you for saying that if you fear, go fearing, and that's what we have to do. And again, I would like to thank you. It's not an easy task, as I said, to summarize this Congress, but I have some important points to mention here, so I have some tips here to follow. But basically what we had here was the summary of the physical activity as a teaching tool for the basics to develop a more comprehensive, a fairer, more active society, considering the social, environmental, physical, and mental aspects, the need of movement, and the learning of transformation and education. It's also important to talk about the barriers to access that need to be minimized and lack of physical activity, and obviously bringing actions to demonstrate it. We had lots of actions and programs developed and presented here showing how we've been developing that in Latin America and how we can apply that more and more in our country. So we have actions, and these actions are from the verb to act. And we enable learning strategies, commitment, and responsibility. And we have technology and sports going side by side, thinking about the best for society. And then we can talk about science. In the academia, we try to develop more and more the sports promotion and the concern and how to deal with the physical, psychological, economic, environmental aspects, besides the importance of public actions dealt here during this convention. We also have the interactivity, self-care, creativity, autonomy, and freedom aspects. Physical activity can and must be used as the policy of the policies. So we have environmental actions and working with healthcare and economic development, all that with the need of everybody working together, because nobody does anything alone. We need support and actions and activities that are already there, like the UN SDGs that were mentioned in many presentations, and environment, security, survival, and mainly mental health. That is something that we need to discuss a lot. And especially with the pandemic and for the high-performance athletes, we have a lot of examples of mental issues. It's also important to be the protagonists of actions to commit many sectors, public and private sectors, based on equity, social justice, and the needs, with assessment, professional training, and partnership to develop projects. This was quite clear in the discussions that we had here and how we can be inspired by sports. And as the result of the impact of the premises, I'll talk a little bit about the MOVE Congress and what it brought to us and some points that we need to think and consider as a letter thinking about the practical actions of this event. So basically, the event had 900 direct and indirect professionals impacted with this relation of physical activity. We have here 18 branches and the general headquarters present. We mobilized the Latin integration with actions and activities that went through Mexico, Colombia, Chile, Argentina, Costa Rica, and the countries that can hear us in different virtual platforms. Mexico as well, yes. And we also discussed the projects presented here as and how Sesc in Rio impact these people. Probably we have no idea about it, but we have about 1,600 people impacted by 46 projects a day, which gives an average of 403,000 people only in the city of Rio yearly. And we have some definitions and some points that I brought for debate. So we have Sports 4.0 as the physical activity practice with intrinsic and extrinsic practice to move, be active, concerned about issues that go beyond practice like environment, social responsibility, diversity, public policies, ethics, respect, and the promotion of a fair society and more equal society, minimizing the access barriers. I listed 10 important points so that we think and start to act practically. So we have first the models of practices and experiences dealing with innovation. So doing something that is already there in a more efficient way, promoting equality actions with inclusion and thinking about diversity, planned activities and coordinated by different society players with a multidisciplinary look. It's also important to deal with physical activity as an economic part. So we are in a capitalistic world and maybe numbers are very important so that people understand the relevance of physical activities in our society. The academic spreading of actions and publications of high level of scientific quality to be replicable, because it's also important to have actions that are implemented in other places. Accessibility, stimulus, integration, and humanization of different sports manifestations, promoting cooperation among different sectors. I think this is a little bit of what we did here today. Besides creating policies and governance with qualification, professional qualification processes locally. So we need this qualification of these new athletes and seats and thinking about this promotion. The last 3 points, promotion of actions correlating the use of technologies in many ways respecting ethics. So we discussed doping and so on. The use of different ways of education, especially the non-formal education, responsibility, mediation, and promotion of experiences respecting the characteristics and local culture. And the last point, the main one, nobody does anything alone. We are all together. Thank you very much. Thank you, Felipe. Thank you very much. So guys, that's it. Okay, first I'll say my goodbyes to people online. Nobody move, please. I would like to thank you all for your presence via YouTube and Sesc RJ channel. I would like to thank on behalf of Sesc RJ and ISCA, Sesc São Paulo and Senoc RJ for this important event, so important to our society. And obviously, I would like to thank our important partners who helped the success of our Congress, ACNUR, UNESCO, and CREF. Guys, thank you very much. Obviously, I'll say goodbye moving, but nobody lives here. Come on, I was training that for a week, so you can finish broadcasting because I'll be here. And soon I'll work out with another exercise. See you in the next Congress.